Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Friday, May the 6th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help. Thank you, Green. Well, so the jobs numbers came out, such as they are. You can see the reaction, the initial reaction on the SPY. I'm thinking, okay, maybe, just maybe. There was a big pop up. That was a green candle for a while, did sell off, and now we're red. So here we go. So what else is happening? Okay, let's take a look at some of the actives this morning. BBIG. Okay, so their little press release, they're going to spin off some kind of a crypto division. All right, that is BBIG. Funko, FNKO. I think Real also posted some other news up. Whoops. FNKO. Other news about it, but it's also an earnings play. So this is an earnings play, FNKO. Nice gap up over the 200-day moving average. And after the Chernin Group announced the consortium, so they're making a $263 million investment at $21 a share. So yeah, good news for Funko, obviously, FNKO. I'm hearing Peloton. Is this an earnings play for Peloton? Yeah, not yet. PTON, all-time low now, guys. Peloton, PTON, all-time low. It's not an earnings play. Explores a stake sale as it attempts a turnaround. It has earnings on the 10th. That'll be fun. So that is PTON. Give me a moment as I make an adjustment here. And ZG, Z and ZG, yeah, with, well, anything home related right now. Just give me a moment as I bring that one up. And it's an earnings play. So ZG or Z, I think I picked ZG. I think it is, or Z actually. Z, I think, has more volume. So the Zillow group. So this is an earnings play and just getting whacked here. So you have your picks, Z or ZG. Well, obviously the G trades a lot more. I'm just looking right now. 285,000 versus 54,000 for ZG. So anyway, so that is Z, another earnings play. United Armor. I've got my United Armor shirt on, but boy, wow. Look at this. United Armor just getting almost to an all-time low. UAA or UA, but UAA trades more, and it's an earnings play. Yeah, I have this Ganx here, GANX. When I first saw it, it popped way up and then it came way back down. Yeah, so this is what you do about nothing. It was a preclinical positive data. Did I say United Armor? I'm sure they're, yes, Under Armour. Did I say United Armor? Under Armour, yes, Under Armour. Open is an earnings play. Real has posted some other information about it perhaps, but Open is an earnings play. Guys, I mean, look, depends what this market does. I mean, we're really starting to gap down again. I think there was a little bit of hope right here on that first and that 15-minute SPY candle. That was green, and then a sell-off, and now the big sell-off. So, I mean, I have obviously huge reservations of going long anything, and anything that is gapping up has to be looked at as a potential short top. So, I mean, there might be something that keeps going, but there's not going to be too many. Look at Space, SPCE, Space, another earnings play. I mean, there was no reason for this one to be up at $63, or here even $54. Not that long ago. That was last July. $7 now. And Fubo, another earnings play. Yeah, Fubo, my goodness, Fubo, another earnings play. All-time low. It's probably going to show up in my 10-day daily breakdown. Another stock that was at one point, $63. IRTC. This is a gap up, but it was a very low volume. Let me see if the gap has held. IRTC, a little more expensive one, but it's up $22. Yeah, I mean there's not that much volume. The big reaction was after hours. They released after hours, and that is the IRTC. So it's not really holding that gap too well. I mean, they got up to 152 after hours. It's down not quite $10 from there. So, I don't, typically I don't look at these stocks in this sort of a price range, but it just doesn't look good for it to hold this sort of a gap. Now, again, the volume is nothing right now. Here's another one that Bill, BILL, another big gap down, $16, 25, sorry, $25. Another gap down on earnings. Where's the support? I mean, 126, 126. I mean, this is 118 maybe. Now this one, I think, now this is another big gap down, more expensive than I normally look at, but lots of different trading styles in the room. But look at net. Net is another big gap down, $12, 15%, pretty good volume. Released earnings after hours. The initial reaction, at one point, the reaction was pretty good. It was up to $77. We're down at 65 now. So this one is gapping up a little bit, this STLA. Again, will this hold? Probably not. STLA, it is shortable for me. The reason for the gap up, the only thing I can see is Deutsche Bank has upgraded them from a hold to a buy, and that is STLA. Well, I see the news on BBig, such as it is. This is the news confirming distribution date for a planned spinoff of its blockchain business, Cryptide. That's the news today. Joint. Now this had no volume, and it was a crazy spread, but it's down $8, 28%. There's no volume. Now they released earnings after hours. You can see again the reaction and gap down, and that there's no volume, and the spread is terrible. But I just want to bring it to people's attention. Once the market opens, of course, the spread will tighten eventually. But this is another disaster in the making. JYNT. Good year. GT is an earnings play also. GT is an earnings play. A little gap up for it. And my namesake, BE, is gapping down on earnings. BE is gapping down on earnings. So we're in for a negative open. Now, oil stocks are probably all up from yesterday's close, but remember, even the energy stocks sold off yesterday. There was no safe sector. You guys, I'm just going to take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have from briefing.com. What's this one? PCRFY. What the heck are you? Is this the pink sheet stock? Yeah, it's showing up on my gap up. Panasonic. Interesting. Okay, let's take a look at the upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Okay, they are a little bit late at getting them to me. Give me a moment. Oh, there they are. Okay, now, what do we have? Yeah, we have more downgrades than upgrades, but all right, I'll get the upgrades in first. Just a few more upgrades to go. All right, there are the upgrades. Now, we're much more interested in seeing some of these downgrades, see if we have multiple downgrades. In other words, the same stock being downgraded by various brokers. I'm not seeing any multiple downgrades. That joint is downgraded by Craig Ellum. W, that was well, like virtually every stock, but that really got hit yesterday also, W. It's another downgrade. All right, well, actually, a couple of downgrades for, believe it or not, for Fubo already. Roth and JP Morgan piling into Fubo, Fubo. So a couple of downgrades for that one. It's an earnings play. And basically an all-time low now, Fubo. All right, there you have some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. All right, you guys are talking about this SIDU. SIDU, Sidus Space, okay. Sure, I've seen this one before. I guess this was an IPO back here. Another disaster. Not shortable for us, real, at Interactive Brokers, as I'm sure you're aware. Yeah, so this just snuck in here. That's why I didn't see it. It came in at 9 o'clock, so that's why I had already done it. But here it is, SIDU, right at the top here. So again, guys, if you're looking for what I consider a really good pre-market scanner, I mean, I've been using this variation of this, but pretty much the same for about 10 years now. Okay, so I'm sharing this. The reason I point this out is that some people say, hey, I didn't see that one on my scanning list, pre-market scanner. So instead of my trying to figure out why you didn't, why don't you just take mine? You know, and this is what I've been using for years and years and years. And again, it's one of those One of the ones that I am sharing in the in my homepage. How do we get to my homepage? I'll give you my link. There's my homepage link, okay? And when you go to my homepage, you're going to see there's a scan section, and just click on that section, and then you'll see pre-market act. Well, I'll just show you. When you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. You'll have that promo code on, Mayo sale, 25% off. Excuse me. So here's the scan section right here. Click here. And this is what I'm talking about. These are really these two, the pre-market actives up and down. I do have a gap up and gap down also, but this is what I really concentrate on. And again, when we look at all this pre-market stuff, I mean, it doesn't mean that the ones that we are talking about, the ones that I post and the ones that others are talking about in the room, it doesn't mean they just buy it. I mean, these markets, there's no guarantee of anything. So in other words, if you see this SIDU, you think, wow, should I buy it now? Well, no. First of all, it's so extended. All right. So, if you're looking maybe to buy it, it has to be probably on a pullback. That doesn't mean it just can't keep ripping higher. Of course it can, but you're really rolling the dice. So these are what we're really trying to identify in the pre-market are the ones that could potentially, keep moving once the market opens. The problem is they could keep moving, but not necessarily in the direction that you want. So that's why that's really, well, it's always going to be the change from the close, of course. That's the sort. But of course, you can sort what I do. I always sort it on a change from the close to begin with. Okay. And then after that, then I start shorting on the other columns to see what else is, down, because sometimes you can see something like, I mean, my cutoff, I think, is 3%. So sometimes, though, and my highlighted ones are 10% or more. Sometimes, though, there could be one down at 5. I wouldn't necessarily see it, but if I click on the short float percent or the short float or maybe the volume, it can unearth something that's a little bit further down that I wouldn't necessarily have seen. And these are gap based. The only difference is here is that this gives me a sound alert. That's all. So I'll hear her read out the symbol. But look at here. I mean, we've got, I mean, and these are of course the ones that are moving down. And the way I sort it, obviously, I want to see the ones that are down the most. So there's a 33% from yesterday's close as an example. This MedX, 29% below yesterday's close, etc. Well, there's supposed to be, yeah, that Bausch and Lomb is supposed to come out today, BLCO. I think I read in the pre-market some news on it that they were, excuse me, anticipating a 21 to 24. Now it looks like maybe 18. I would be delaying that. No mad rush. Meanwhile, UA continues down. UA continues down here. Excuse me. And UAA, of course, the same. UAA is more liquid, I guess. Not I guess. It's already traded 935,000. However, let's take a look at the float. So it was 187 in the float here, and UA 215. So actually, yeah, this is the better one. If you're going to track one of the two, this is actually the better one, in my opinion. Lower float, and it's trading more. UAA. Okay, what United Armor? Did I say it again? All right, Under Armour, Under Armour. Oh, I see, I see. Okay. Where's it going? Well, if I had shorts available, so they signed a memorandum of understanding with Druva Space to further commercialization of new and innovative space technologies, etc. So, of course, why can this happen? 6.5 million in the float. That's why it can happen. Why can something be up 100%, all that volume, 6.5 million in the float? That's the reason. Meanwhile, UA just, wow, I mean, it's just being taken down now. All right, let's take a quick look at the bleakness. It's probably going to be, except for the energy sector, it's going to be these sectors to begin. As the market, so this should be 100%. They were, okay, so there, again, is it MRO again? No, it's not, it's OKE. Okay, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, major sectors. And so I always like to focus on XLE because usually it's all or nothing. So these are the stocks that make up XLE. These are the stocks. And when I say all or nothing, you notice that percent. Usually it's either 100% up or 100% down. So at this point, I mean, it's virtually 100%. I guess there's only one stock that is up, below yesterday's close. So that's what that means. That's what that number means. 95% of the stocks are above yesterday's close. Doesn't mean they're ripping, but they are above. That's what that number means. So when we look at the other sectors, there's nothing that is positive. Okay, nothing is over 50%. So now again, this can change. It was interesting yesterday when we looked at this in the pre-market. Virtually all the energy stocks were above the previous day's close. 15 minutes to 30 minutes in, then I loaded this one again, but we looked for the change from the open, and virtually I think they were all down from the open. So nothing was holding its open yesterday, nothing. So we just have to wait now. We have about 5 minutes for the open and just see what happens. Is that right? Oh, okay, Mookie. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to explain that, but Corsair was it? Corsair was not an earnings play, was it? No, it was an earning. It was an earnings play. Okay. All right, just checking to see, did I mention the CCXI? I'm not sure if I mentioned the CCXI. It's on my list. It's on all my lists, but I know I saw this one, CCXI. So it is an earnings play. CCXI is an earnings play, and it's up 11%. It is shortable for me. I mean, I'm just looking because I just don't think anything is really going to hold today. You know, unless the market has a rally of some sort. I'm surprised that CCXI was not halted. Not the CCXI, I'm sorry, the SIDU. But maybe they don't halt in the pre-market for volatility. Maybe it's just news. Okay, GMAB, what are you doing? GMAB, I'm hearing it. And this is not an earnings play, but GMAB. All right, guys, give me one moment. Whew. Okay, guys, well, let's get prepared for this open. It's going to be in less than a couple of minutes. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. Under Armour continues. So if I look at Under Armour, and what do we see here? $11. So it's getting close to that month low. After that, I mean, it looks like there's could be some support way down here around 950, but again, just have to wait for the market to open. Less than a minute. Thank you, William. Yeah, less than a minute. Well, let's try to have a great end to this trading week, everybody. And getting closer and closer to the test drive. Actually, next Friday, about an hour after the market opens, if you'll have access to our program, okay? I'll put the test drive link in here just briefly. And again, the test drive is an opportunity to try our program out for 10 trading days. You click on the link, you'll see what it's all about. It costs you $11.11 for those 10 trading days. It starts on the 16th with the live data, but you'll actually have access to the program about an hour after the market closes next Friday. So you can play around with the program over the weekend. And here we go. We're 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. So we're open. What is going to happen? Okay, a little, let's see, the SIDU, FSLY. It was a big earnings play yesterday, got hammered down. Where is Barry, as in me, or the other Barry with the Y? Panda. Well, there's open. Not holding, guys. Just not holding. Oh, I think Dash was an earnings play too. DoorDash, I think it was an earnings play. DoorDash. DoorDash is an earnings play and it's just cratering now. That's DASH. Well, the SIDU is actually holding. It hasn't collapsed yet. SIDU is actually kind of holding here. Let's take a look left, see what sort of resistance there could be. 414, 402 looks like the next high looking left. So that 4 could really prevent it, that 4 area. But again, no shorts for me. You know which one had a reasonable day yesterday? And we have a halt now. DPSI just got halted. DPSI got halted. And this is it's a volatility halt. Doesn't look too volatile to me, but DPSI just got halted. All right, guys, there's Peloton, PTON, PTON, all-time low, PTON, all-time low, just showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Did I say that it was an all-time low? All-time low. Wow, can you imagine earnings on the 10th? No, I know, space, and it's an earnings play. Space is an earnings play, yep. We talked about it in the pre-market. And man, the market is just continuing down. What are we now? Down 200, down 141, down 34. You know what? I was going to say this one. This one is holding up pretty well. This is from yesterday, LICY. You know, it did not have a bad day yesterday considering. And it had some news. This is the LICY. So look at that candle yesterday. I mean, compare that daily candle to virtually, 99% of the other candles that you're going to see on a daily chart. That was pretty stellar. So this is holding. This LICY is actually holding. Clean energy. I guess nobody wants clean energy. CLNE is another earnings play gapping down. CLNE, another earnings play gapping down. Wow, look underneath here. What's the low? 379. So this has over $1 to the next low on the monthly chart. And is that the same on the weekly? The low is 470. So it takes out that 470 on the weekly and nothing's stopping it. Nothing's holding it up. Man, oh man. Peloton continues down. PTON, again, all-time low. Not earnings, just I don't think I've seen too many Peloton commercials the last little while. Wow, look at Open. Wow, Open just getting trashed. I mean, again, what we said. I don't really trust any of these spike highs. It doesn't matter why. Earnings play. And this just got halted now on the way down. Open. Fubo underneath 3. Yeah, big. No, try to spring a press release. This is not shortable anymore for me. It used to be shortable all the time. So here's this DOCN. This is an all-time low. The DOCN had earnings yesterday. It was a tough one though because it really didn't move that much. I mean, after the big gap down, but it's another all-time low now. DOCN and DraftKings. I'm hearing DKNG. What are you doing? Up or down? Up or down? Are you at one point it was up? This is a an earnings play. It was gapped up pre-market up to 15 something. Now just giving it up like virtually every other stock. Look at this big candle, guys. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Um, LICY guys, this is an anomaly. This is definitely an anomaly. I'm not saying to buy it, but I mean, look at this. I mean, this is really interesting. They had some news yesterday, and I was mentioning it because it still had room. You look at the daily chart, and it had room to 850 before it hits that next high. 300. Wow. Well, anything's possible, but then if it was 300, we'd be in a volatility halt for the SPY and all the indexes. All right, now the dish. Dish, is this an earnings play? DISH. Yes, it is an earnings play, and this is showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. Fubo continues under $3, all-time low for Fubo. And Open just opened. Open just opened, I guess, and key rash. Wow, look at this. 656. Well, that hold it. And there's the Under Armour guys, Under Armour and UA. Take your pick. All-time lows. Not, I'm sorry, not all-time lows, but coming in on the 10-day daily breakdown. Dish is now through 25. Dish, wow, Dish, and that was the boy. That was through that 25. Look out! I mean, it was 25.83 on the on the. Yeah, careful in the dip scan. No kidding. Okay, BE showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown now. BE, like to see it take out that 15. It's an earnings play. And even though it's, well, yeah, it's sort of an energy, it's more power, I guess, but 1307 is the next low looking left on the monthly chart. On the weekly chart, it could be about the same, 1395. So it's got some room. We have some more halts and resumes. QRTA just got halted. QRTEA, sorry, got halted. And DPSI resumed. Decision point systems, okay. Wow, another one showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown, ONON, and this is getting close to an all-time low, ONON. MYOV, not an earnings play, not an all-time low yet. MYOV on the way down. Nah, look at this, the Saidu. Well, I mean, that is the one today, this is, print this chart out, guys. Print the chart and put it side by side with the SPY chart. And when you're printing it, this is an alpha stock, okay? This is your definition of an alpha stock. It doesn't care what the market's doing at all. It just doesn't care. 6.5 million in the float, 29 million have traded already. Man, big red bar opening 15-minute candle. What time is it now? 9:44. So we have another 30 seconds or so before this one closes. Yeah, I mean, guys, you know what I like to do. I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes, okay? But if I get something on this 10-day daily breakdown that's at an all-time low, I will make an exception. I mean, the Peloton is incredible. 1637, 1514 now. The rest of them, they're not all-time lows. Well, this one is now. CFLT is an all-time low. And it's right at 22. I'm just waiting for a 22 break. All right, CFLT is not an earning. It is an earnings play too. Okay, so it does have the news too. So it's got some of the elements that I like. not only is it making an all-time low, but it's also making an all-time low. And with the news and earnings, another one. Wow, that is what's Elan doing? Is Elan an earnings play? Elan is an earnings play also, and not an all-time low, but wow, I mean, this is another one just getting hammered here. See, I didn't take the UAA early because it wasn't an all-time low, but I mean, it obviously is getting just trashed also. Come on, CFLT, collapse. Whoa, there we go. I'm just watching, guys. I'm trying to see if I'm going to take some out of this. We're talking about the CFLT. Just need that ass to catch up to the bid a little bit. Oh man, oh man. And now this one, the haven't seen a day like this even yesterday. Did not see the 10-day daily breakdown just filling up so quickly. JYNT, another one that is falling. All right, guys, I did cover some of the CFLT. Just waiting to see if it has a bigger breakdown. Okay, guys, I've covered everything of the CFLT, so I'm going to continue to watch it. I want to see if it has another big breakdown. Meanwhile, BE just continues down. I did not take that one. 1520. Okay, so the CFLT, I'm watching it actually, and it's sort of mimicking the SPY a bit, with that bottoming tail. But I definitely want to keep watching it because it is, that all-time low situation. But it kind of mimicked the SPY on the 15-minute chart right there. Look at that bottoming tail, bottoming tail. And if you're wondering again, this is coming into my 200-day daily, 200-day, 10-day daily breakdown, okay? Yeah, the bounce plays. Oh, PTON. Sensational, guys. I mean, all-time low. Okay, the all-time low, PTON. There was the original alert at right here, 1637. I didn't get it right there, but man, oh man, 1480 now. I mean, there's no support obviously in terms of chart support for PTON. Just indiscriminate selling again. I mean, 459 now, 296. Let's take a look at the sectors and seeing them in it. Now the change from the open. And let's just see what happened to the energy stocks. You see? So remember, I mean, look at this. The energy stocks now, 95% of them are down from the open. Remember, 100% of them were up from the close. Well, almost 100% were up from the close yesterday. Okay, when we're looking pre-market, before the market opened at 9:30, market opens. So even the energies, I'm really pointing out that energy is not safe even or either, even though oil is up and all that stuff. But and you can see consumer staples is trying, from the open. But look at this, just to see a red, guys. But that is the interesting thing to me. Nothing is safe. I did not get back into the CFLT. Sugar, I was talking too much. Well, it's a little bit choppy, not quite as smooth as, say, the Peloton. Now, my deal here is if it gets back over 15, I'm definitely taking some out. So again, guys, if you won't short the market, not the market, but short stocks, either because A, your brokerage account won't allow you for whatever reason, or B, you are psychologically impaired. You just don't want to do it for psychological reasons. You think it's a bad thing to do, or you've just heard that you can lose all your money. I can't help you. I shouldn't make light of that, okay? I mean, I get it. I mean, the people have been brought up that, first of all, what they really heard is that, oh no, you can't, if you're short, you can lose all your money. Yeah, I suppose in theory. But I think a lot of other people just think that shorting is not a quote unquote nice thing to do. Look at Chewy. Wow, Chewy. This is almost an all-time low now too. So if you won't do it, then you know what? You're just gonna sit in your hands. That's SC. Why did it have to have that little jog up? CFLT. This looks like it's just going to collapse again. Yeah, that's what you've been saying, blue collar. I mean, that is the interesting thing. I mean, even though oil prices are going higher, the energy stocks. I mean, look at XLE. I mean, obviously XLE, if it I mean, they're still relatively okay when you compare the other sectors. They haven't had the big red candles, but still. Yeah, guys, I mean, now we've got a big second red candle. So, yeah, I mean, the SIDU is holding. SIDU is holding. I mean, it is the one, probably the only one that I can think of that is doing something like this. Corsair's having a bounce, though. I have to admit, Corsair's having a bounce. I mean, it's still down for the day, but CRSR is having a bounce. Meanwhile, Under Armour, UAA or UA just continues down on earnings. BTON still has not tried to get to that 15 level, but not quite. I think it's time. And we have another, oh, this one. What's this one doing? Okay, so again, this is one of those crazy ones. SWVL, I didn't realize it was halted, but it was halted at 786, and it didn't really pop from there. But this was one of those crazy ones from a while back. So this is actually up. This is that UA, yeah, United Arab Emirates, UAE. All right, so this CFLT is actually a little too choppy for me. You know, it's a little too choppy. The other ones are way, 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 way smoother. All right. Okay. Well, I'm almost going to cover some of my Peloton. I'm just waiting to see if it really wants to take 15 out in a big way. It's just hanging underneath that 15 level. Okay, covered some of the Peloton now. Maybe a bounce in store here. It'd be a pretty big level for it to try to get through 15.19, I think. All right, guys, I've covered everything now for the Peloton PTON. It's now having a bit of a bounce. I'll take a look at it again if it breaks under the 15, but I've covered all my Peloton short. I mean, look at Corsair. This reminds me a little bit of the VMEO yesterday. That the VMEO, remember this? I think it was an earnings play, and it got hammered. But in the face of the market moving down, 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 in the face of the market moving down, 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 this was moving up. On a nice what we call a gap down and a reverse. So that was very interesting. At least I found it interesting. So, and I'm getting this from the gap down and reversal. Okay, this is the gap continuation or reverse scan that I've got. And you can just say even Fubo. Every dog has its days, guys. So every dog has its day, guys. I'm actually looking at some thumbnail charts, and a lot of them are actually bouncing. Even well, short-lived, very, very short-lived. Again, look at the SPY. There's your clue, guys. I mean, if you're looking to go long or short, you can take a look at the SPY. That's why I have this SPY. I mean, some will have the Russell, but I'm old school, I guess. I'll still have the SPY up here. What is the RSI scan? You're not talking about the bounce plays, are you? Maybe I don't have that one. Oh, the bottoming scan, the bounce plays? This one, you mean? Okay, I don't, I mean, there's so many that came in here. Okay, Dish just made another new low, guys. Dish made another new low after that little bit of a pull up. This is one that I did not take from that scan, from my 10-day daily breakdown. The reason being is that the initial alert was at 938. I looked, it was not an all-time low, so I backed off it. Later on, when we get these alerts, if I had a new alert, I would take them, size them up anyway. But I rarely trade in the first 15 minutes unless it's an all-time low from that 10-day daily breakdown. Let's take a look at CCXI. Now look at all these though here. Well, let's take a look at Hudson. This was from yesterday, HDSN. Another one that really good. I mean, again, look at that green candle yesterday, and it actually closed near the highs for HDSN. It actually closed near the highs. It was an earnings play, released earnings after hours the day before yesterday. So it was an earnings play yesterday, and it did extremely well. Again, you're going to see very, very, very few companies that will have a green candle that looks like this when you look at yesterday. Very few companies will have this. So it was an earnings play, but did not sell off and looks still reasonably strong. If you look left on the monthly chart, 980 is the next high. And Dish continues down here. Okay, green candle so far on the SPY. So far. So actually, some of these bounce plays should start to work a little bit. You know, for how long, I don't know. But some of these bounce plays could start to work a little bit. I mean, look at CFLT. I'm glad it did. Well, if I re-entered the short, it would have been okay. But look at this one starting to bounce also. Now, for some who think I'm cheering for, you know, shorts all the time, it's not. That's not it. I mean, it's just a matter of you have to trade what is in front of you. And so right now, bounce plays are working. I mean, if this market does, if the miracle happens and turns into my favorite trading day, which is, you know, a big gap down and then a slow to moderate recovery for the balance, or at least an hour. Just give us an hour. It allows us to play some of these bounces. Now here's another one, another bounce play. Front door, another company released earnings, FTDR, still down for the day, but bouncing. You know, and you know, following the market. Of course, William, yeah, you're just looking at little scalps too. You know, I have to remind myself that you're just looking for little scalps on these things. So it's not quite what I'm looking for on those bounce plays. In fact, I think what I'm going to do is just do a little clear. All right, now actually Corsair showed up on your topping scan. Corsair CRSR 1619. Yeah, see, I mean, a lot of things are just tracking the SPY now, guys. I mean, you start to see. I mean, look at that candle right there. The 10 o'clock SPY 15-minute. Look at the 10 o'clock SPY, not SPY, but on Corsair, the 15-minute candle. Look at the topping tail. Look at the topping tail. Okay, so a lot of things are going to start. You know, they're just tracking the SPY. What's happening? Meanwhile, Dish, I didn't take this one, but Dish is just, what was the original alert at? 2583. Wow, 2583. So I'm talking about right there. There was the original alert at 938, 2583, 2437 now, earnings play. But I like to stick to my guns on these things. You know, I don't like trading in the first 15 because I think things just get too whippy. Look at DOCN. I mean, this is going to hold this up. DOCN, all-time low, showed up in the scanner yesterday. I ended up taking it very, very late in the day as it finally broke down. I think I was looking at that 35 level and finally broke down. Gave me a little trade, nothing spectacular. Quite disappointed actually. I mean, look what it was doing all day. 50 on the 15-minute chart, just chop, 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 chop as the SPY was moving down. And I thought, man, this is so right. All-time low. There's an earnings play, so markets moving down. It just didn't do it. HDSN. Don't see it. Let's see if it's how it's trading. It's not halted. It is not halted. No. Yeah, I just mentioned this one. Just mentioned it. So I'm really interested in those of you who swing trade, and I'm not talking about ETFs or anything. I'm talking about like literally stocks. What the heck are you guys doing? I mean, how? I'm just intrigued. I know so many people want to swing trade, but how now? Okay. On the demo account. Yeah, okay. Okay, guys, I'm just reading an internal discussion we're having at Trade Ideas, the other traders. Okay, guys, again, I'm just, there's an interesting conversation with all the other traders at Trade Ideas. I'm just following this thread, almost caught up. Okay. Well, yeah, swing trader to the short side. You're right, but a lot of people don't do that. All right, guys. Well, 10:15. First of all, I think I'll start my spiel a little bit earlier today. We have a test drive. Hopefully, next week or on the Monday, the 16th. Hopefully, maybe the market will have settled down a little bit. Yeah, we're getting a bounce now, a little bounce. One green candle with another one. We haven't seen that for a while. So a little bit of a bounce coming in. So this is the test drive link. Okay, so when you click on the test drive link, this is what you're going to see. If you sign up today, and it'll cost you $11.11, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. The test drive does not start until May the 16th. Okay, and it'll run to the 29th, and that is 10 trading days with trade ideas. You'll have access to our full premium service, except no auto trading at all. Okay, no auto trading at all. Otherwise, you'll have access to the full premium service. And again, what you're doing today is, if you sign up today, you are pre-registering. So don't expect data until the 16th, live data until the 16th. Now, actually, though, next Friday, about an hour after the market closes, you'll have access to the program. And why I'm saying that is because now, to get, best prepared for the Monday morning, if you're taking the test drive, you should take a look at trade ideas, the balance of Friday, and then over the weekend to get, accustomed, somewhat familiarized by what the program is all about. I'm going to show you how you can do that. Now, when the test drive is over, it's over. It's over, it's over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. And I always have to emphasize this because, we get so many emails. And the reason why we don't want a lot of emails on this is that it just jams up our support staff having to answer questions, which really shouldn't be asked. But when the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you into a subscription, okay? But think of all the emails we get. How do I unsubscribe from this? I mean, it's just crazy. People don't read. Anyway, this is also open to our standard subscribers right now. It will cost that $11.11. If you want to try our premium service for those 10 trading days, you can do so. We do this about 4 times a year, so good opportunity to try us out. We do not have free trials, so this is an opportunity to try us out. Next, I'm going to put in my homepage link. Yeah, I bet you these reversals are starting to work quite well now. You take a look at my gap continue, and I'm going to show you how you can have this one as an example, the gap continuation or reversal. Okay, so I did put my homepage link in. So we do have a promo code on right now for 25% off, okay? There it is, the Cinco de Mayo sale. So Mayo sale 25. You click on Get Trade Ideas, give you an idea about how much Trade Ideas costs. We have 4 plans, an annual, monthly, premium, standard. The annual premium, $2,000 less that 25%, standard, $1,000 less the 25%. The big difference is the AI. AI is no action today so far, but that is the big difference. And again, you'll have access to the AI if you take the test drive. This is what I would do though. If you want to take out a subscription now, do not take out an annual. Make sure you want the program. But you can always start off with a monthly. 118, 228, less than 25% for the first month only. So there's no problem. If you want to maintain a monthly subscription, that's fine, but this is what you'd pay going forward. But if you do take out a standard and get that 25% off that first month, and you decide within 30 days that you'd like to upgrade from a monthly to an annual, you can do so and we'll honor the 25%. Okay, so that's my recommendation. You can start off with a standard subscription, 25% off. And if you don't like it, just unsubscribe. It's not a contract. It's just month to month. Okay. So if you're just starting out, now again, this is for the test drivers, okay? If you're just going to take this program, never had it before, then do this first, the Let's Get Started. So again, about an hour after the market closes on next Friday, you'll have access to the program. So that's what I would do. I would click on the Let's Get Started. Here we all are, the big TI crew. And it starts off, there are 10 videos. It'll take you about 30 minutes. It starts off with the download and installation, first startup and login, okay? So that's the first thing you should do. The next thing you should do is now you can click on the education section. Now you can take a look at the user guide. Don't get hung up on the user guide and how much information is there and thinking, oh my gosh, how am I going to learn all this? You don't have to. I would focus on, take a look at the channel bar and an alert window and a top list window. Just cover this. This nice little videos in each one of these and some text. Okay. So that's what I would be doing over the weekend. Again, if you're serious about the test drive, you can't go into, it's a software program, there is a learning curve, but don't worry, you don't have to learn everything. I don't know everything about the program. I know what pretty obviously comfortable with the aspects of the program that I like, but there's plenty of alerts and filters I've never looked at all, as an example. So on my homepage, this is free. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. And again, we just talked about the education. So again, in that education link, there's that getting started. The daily support session. So between 12 and 1, I do take a break, and one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Friday, so it should be Andy. So I'll confirm that. Before I take my break at noon, I'll put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there and listen to Andy talk for an hour. The other traders are way more involved in swing trading than I am. I'm not sure what they're doing nowadays, but it's just a different perspective. We've got the 5 different traders, and from Monday to Friday. Of course, I handle the main trading room by myself from between 8 and 8:30. The daily webinars, you can sign up for them all here. Next week, we're on the Monday, Wednesday rotation. And back to basics. Michael Noss put this together at Trade Ideas. It's a great little introduction to trading, okay? It's not trade ideas, but trading. It starts off with what is a stock, okay? And last on my homepage, but certainly not least, all the scans that I am sharing. I was talking about the gap continuation or reversal. This is probably turning into a beauty right now. Okay, with the market doing what it's doing for a while. I'll actually go over that one in a little bit, but here are all the scans that I'm sharing. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market: the gap up and gap down, pre-market actives up and down. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. But I have a lot of other scans here, of course. And so if you're going to take the test drive, you'll have access to these. You can take a look at them, and I'll show you how you take a look at them. So a lot of information here to get started, my scans and the education. Save my link, then you can look at this anytime you want. Good for you getting that, Mike, the SIDU. Some of them have dock windows, some of them are separate. Most of them are separate scans, okay? I think the only dock one I have is this one, Zach's Bouncers and Toppers. Okay? The reason I don't do it is because a lot of people don't necessarily want all of the scans that I might have in my dock. Okay, for instance, so people don't care about the 10-day daily breakdown. This is a doc, but I have these are all individual scans. So you can always, just pick and choose what you want. Okay, now, what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we know. There's no plans to make a Mac version. None. Zero. Sorry. We have people at Trade Ideas, like employees at Trade Ideas who have Macs, and they usually what they do is they use an emulation program like Parallels or Yeah, it's never going to happen. We're not going to have a Mac version. The web-based version, we're trying to improve it over, like to get it closer and closer to the app. But again, most of the people at Trade Ideas who have Macs use Parallels, something like that, some kind of an emulation program, or AWS, the Amazon Web Services or something like that. What a bounce on Fubo, guys. I know that came in the gap continuation, gap down and reversal. So we are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter what broker you're using. It doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. So I showed you that I'm sharing a lot of scans. We have a lot of scans here. If you click on, from our toolbar, you click on New and then Dock Channel Bar. These are all themed based channels. So again, if you're new, this is what I would do. I would go through them. They're all theme based channels. Here's a momentum channel as an example. Okay, so here's AVDX showing up here as an example. So something's happening with AVDX. You can see right here. Okay, if you like this, if you thought, you know what, I wouldn't mind having this scan. Couple of things you can do. First of all, you can take a look at it to see what it's looking for. And that's what I was saying with my scans, the same thing. You can, if you download one of my scans, you have it on your screen, then you right click, configure, summary. These are the filters. So if these filter values are met, so in this particular scan, looking, stocks between 1 and 50, minimum volume is 100,000 shares, etc. If these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, you get a real-time alert. So if all these filter criteria are satisfied and the stock makes a new high, that's the alert for the day. You get a real-time alert. So if you like it like this, then you can just save it to the cloud. But if you wanted to, and the same with my scans, maybe you don't like this price range. Maybe you would like between 10 and 100 instead of 1 and 50. So you just go and change it. And if I click on the summary, you see how it has changed. Then you can say okay, and then you can save it to the cloud. And why I'm saying it like this is because now you can go to another channel and you can take a look at some other channels and look at the scans that we've got. You might see another one that you like. Save it to the cloud. You can make an adjustment to it, or you can take it as it is and save it to the cloud. And then you can bring back those scans one at a time and thereby creating your own layout without having to actually know how to build the scan from scratch. Okay? And then you can save your layout. And that could be the layout that you use for years and years and years. I basically use the same layout, be using the same, I will change scans every now and then, but I have a basic layout that I've been using for years and years. I don't switch layouts. Okay, now it's 10 o'clock. I better use this layout. Now it's noon. I better use this layout. No, I use the same layout all day long, and essentially the same one I've been using for years and years. Now, of course, if you want to build your own scans, you can. If I right click on an alert window, configure, now I click on search. So here are all the alert icons. When you see these alert icons or these icons, these are all the alerts. I predominantly just use the new high and the new low, but we have a ton of alerts here, all sorts of different alerts. And then when I scroll down, when you see these icons, these are the filter icons. Do not get hung up on how many alert and filters we have. When the company started in 2003, they made a determination thinking that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their scans. So they try to create enough alerts and filters for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. So do not get hung up. You don't have to learn them all. I probably use, I don't know, 0.5%, 1%, maybe 2% of them. That's it. Most of them I've never looked at but all sorts of different trading styles out there. So again, don't get hung. You don't have, if you're taking the test drive, you don't have to think to yourself, oh my gosh, how am I going to learn all of these alerts and all of these filters? You don't have to. Okay. Well, we've had actually almost 45 minutes. No, not quite. We've had half an hour. We did have a topping tail there. That could have been a little bit ominous on the SPY, but actually, this is looking really interesting, guys. A little mini recovery, a mini recovery. All right. So if you have our premium service, to make it easy on yourselves, because the main reason people have our premium service is they want to have access to the AI. Okay. This is what I would do. Just click on new AI/Holly strategy trades window. When you do that, this is what you're going to see. Okay. This is what you're going to see. Make it easy on yourself. You don't have to go to the AI channel. Okay. Just this is all you really want to watch and follow it all day. Okay, right now, there's only one that's profitable. I don't even know how many others there are, but so there was the entry 14.18. There's the price right now, modestly up. You have a stop. How you will trade it will be up to you. Okay, but that's what it looks like. You have a real time. Yep, this is a real time trigger. Again, it doesn't mean you have to get in right at the penny. Don't get hung up on that. And we don't agree with auto trading at all. I know a lot of you want to take the AI, and because they want to auto trade, turn it on in the morning and count your money in the afternoon. I'm sorry, it's just not going to work that way. Next is this big window, this big blue window called Brokerage Plus. All right, so I put the Brokerage Plus link in. There are two videos. There's a short video, and please listen carefully. If you have an interactive brokers account or an E-Trade account, the short video shows you how you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus, how you can trade one of those two accounts. Now, if you're using our web-based version, this is not available. But you'll notice it says Brokerage Plus. Underneath, one says live and one says simulation. So obviously, if you're going to trade your IB or E-Trade account, you would be clicking on this live. You have to watch that video first because you have to select the correct ports and all that sort of stuff. But watch the video. So this is a feature that is available if you have an IB or E-Trade account. But if you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. All it means is you don't have this feature available. That's all it means. We're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use trade ideas. Okay? So I just want to make sure that is crystal clear. Now, the other big reason, the second video in that link is a lot longer and it goes into way more detail about how you can use this window to trade. And how I like to demonstrate its use is as a simulator. Okay, because if you're new to trading, please practice trading first, before you commit money to the market. But even if you're an experienced trader, but maybe you've got some kind of a scan that you've created and you're wondering, I wonder how it would work. Oh, you can practice, you can paper trade it. It's very simple to use. If you don't have this look, then please download the latest beta. It'll give you this look with Brokerage Plus. The other reason is that our data now starts at 4 in the morning Eastern time and runs to 8 p.m. Okay, and you need to be on our latest beta for the charts and that data to be working. So if you're not sure, click on Help and About, and if it doesn't say 5.5.76. It doesn't say 5.5.76. I'm in a development version. Then please download the latest beta from the website. I'll give you my link again and show you how you can do that. So again, if you click on my link, you'll get to my home page. Expand this a bit. Okay, and scroll up to the top here where it says download. And when you get to the download page, scroll down until you see the beta. Okay, so if you don't care about Brokerage Plus, that's fine. But you probably, some of you anyway, would want to have the scan start working at between 4 a.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern time, plus the charts are doing that now too. Okay, so and to use this, it's really simple. All you have to do is click on Sim, and this will change to account. Click on the account, and you'll see this little pop-up simulated trading default. And now you're in our simulator. Now you can practice. Interesting. One of my sound alerts is not working. So just a word about this one. This can be a very popular, especially during earnings when we had a lot of stocks releasing earnings. This week we had about 1,200. Next week it'll be 600. We're getting towards the end of earnings season for sure. And some of you might be thinking, well, we're already at the end because Apple and Microsoft and all the big ones. Listen, there are lots of other companies, of course, and I don't care about those big guys, to be honest. I care more about what I call the second and third tiers because they can give us just great moves. So this week, 1,200. I think next week it's about 600. The week after, when the test drive starts, it could be about 400 or 500. I'm not sure. But what this is a multi-strategy window. That's why it says M. Typically, a multi-strategy window is used if you don't have a lot of screen space. Maybe you've only got one monitor. I mean, I've got 3 big monitors, so screen space is not an issue for me. But a multi-strategy window is a way in which you can take all of your alert windows and put them in one window. Okay, and if you go to the guide, it'll explain how to do all that. But why I like to do this is because these are all kind of similar strategies. And this is called the gap continuation or reverse. So if I right click and I hover over strategies, these are the 4 alert scans with alert windows that are in here. So one is called the gap up and go. So what the gap up and go is, if a stock gapped up and then it kept going and it hit, I have other filters in place, then I get an alert. Now, of course, there is no guarantee that when I get the alert that it's going to keep going in that direction. There's no guarantee, no guarantees in anything. The gap down and reverse, though, we saw a lot of gap down and reverses when this happened on the SPY. Okay, that meant the stock gap down and it was reversing, like Fubo, like Corsair, as an example. Now, we probably, not that there were too many gap ups, but on a day like today, what the market is still, even though that we've had that bounce that is pretty short-lived right now, the market is still really in a funk. So anything that gapped up, probably had good, and again, there were probably not too many that gapped up, but probably had some gap up and then they reversed. And then the gap down and go, that meant it gapped down and it kept going down further. Again, it doesn't mean they're going to continue in the direction, but these are the alerts that you get. So there are four windows in here. If you wanted to break one out, just hover over it and you see how this pops up, and then you just open the alert window. Okay, and this is a gap up and go. Okay. See how this one is doing, GRFS. There we go, gap up and go. Pretty strong little one, actually. So that is the gap continuation or reverse scan. And that is, again, one that I'm sharing. See? Gap down and reverse for the QRTEA. Gap down, reverse. Again, when you get the alert, and when you get the alert, it doesn't absolutely mean when you get the alert that it's just going to continue. And in fact, there's an argument to be made that it gapped down and now it's reversing. Maybe you find a top and then it gaps down again or starts moving down again. All right, give me a moment here, guys. All right, Pepe, are you in the room? My go-to tech guy. Getting free service from you. Are you in the room, Pepe? I guess Pepe's not here today. All right, guys, I am, the alerts seem to have dried up. Yeah, Peloton now, not as interesting. I mean, listen, if it takes a 573 later on, if the market, well, we're getting another green bar here, guys. So if the market tries to rally a little bit, just take a look at Peloton and at 1572, 1566, 1570. So this is what I'm looking at. So I'm going to get a big chart up here. I'm going to put Peloton up. So this is what I'm looking at. You have these little tops here. Now, if the market has another surge, and who knows, maybe we rally for the rest of the day. I don't know. And if it takes this out, I mean, this has a shot then, to start to filling in this area, to fill in this area. If the market continues to rally like this. So this is interesting. This GRFS, which I just brought up, that came in the gap continuation. And it's coming right into the 200-day moving average. 1254 is the 200-day moving average area. Okay, so will it go through, or will that be it? 261 million in the float, so it's not a low float. I'm definitely seeing, I have a lot of my thumbnail charts. I'm seeing a lot of thumbnailed, a lot of the charts are starting to bounce. You know what? Keep an eye on the SIDU now. I mean, it's had the big pullback, big pullback. But hey, who knows? Maybe if it can hold three, I mean, it's a pretty big pullback. That's a big percentage move, 450 down to three. That's a big percentage move down. But maybe if it holds three, and pops, I'll stick an alert around 328 just in case that happens. If we can hold this tree level, and then on some volume, maybe it starts to move again. I mean, this, of course, this was the star right off the bat. Boy, look at this one. What a bounce. I mean, what a reversal, guys. A gap down to a reverse for this QRTEA. I mean, that's what you'd love to see. No pain. If you were able to take this trade, if you saw that on that scan, man, I mean, that's been just straight up. No wild red candles to knock you out. Just even no huge green candles to think, oh man, maybe we're getting a little too parabolic. I mean, green candles are wonderful. Big green candles are wonderful if you're in low and you're riding it. But I always have to be prepared that could signify the end of the. Look at this. By the way, I'm sorry, I just broke my train of thought. Look at this great move in the SPY here. This is could be turning into my favorite day, just a recovery. Big breakdown and a recovery. I'm seeing a lot. Look at the DOCN I was just talking about earlier, making new lows. Look at this recovery here, 33, 36. Gap down in reverse for LAZR. But you have to keep an eye on the SPY. Okay, keep an eye, or something that you track, because a lot of these now are just bouncing because of what the overall market is doing. Okay. And this is actually a red bar ignored for LAZR. Red bar ignored. So we have an uptrend. We have that red candle right here, totally engulfed by the previous green candle. The next candle is green. and above the high of the red candle, which is 1063, that can signify a continuation in the trend up. 100%, nothing is 100%, of course, but it can signify that the trend can continue. So just look at it this way. There's just this pause in the trend, and then the trend continues. Of course, I developed this one, this red bar ignored. That's my idea. As real as spitting out his coffee or his whatever drink he's. Of course, I'm kidding. Jack Black. Now, Real brought this to our attention many years ago, it seems now. Time is flowing. Of course. But again, watch the SPY. You're going to take some of these, these bounces, watch the SPY. I mean, look how closely this is tracked. There's two green candles, a red candle, a red candle, a green candle, green candle. Okay. So this is how closely this one is tracking what the SPY is doing. And I'm talking about the LAZR. And look at Fubo. Now, Fubo, wow, I mean, that's a great bounce. I mean, 284 to 336, that's a tremendous percentage move. The other one now, I mean, this is interesting because I mean, VMEO had an interesting day. I mean, it did gap all the way down, but it closed way up here at 1042. And it was an earnings play. And you would have thought, being an earnings play, obviously the reaction was not good. Plus, with the market being just getting kicked yesterday, that this would have at least continued down or closed near the lows of the day. Not even close. PepG, did it open? Yes, it did open. Now, why didn't it come on my? Don't tell me I forgot to put that IPO in. 1560. So it's priced at it's priced at $12. So it's above the IPO price. Okay, guys. I mean, there's the Peloton. There is the Peloton. PTON, just taking out that area. Okay, that little area. That doesn't mean you just pile into the trade, but it certainly gets interesting. And as the SPY puts in a big, big green bar here, I mean, this could propel a Peloton again, PTON. So let's take a look here. So this is so PepG. So IPO price at $12 a share, so 1560. So and it just got halted on the way down. Tough market to do an IPO in, but they did it nonetheless. And the other one, the other big one, of course, is that Bausch and Lomb. Yeah, Jado, it can happen like that, can't it? but I bet you were sweating just for a minute there, or a second there. I've done it myself. The last time I did something like that is not quite what you did. I exited a long position, but for some reason, let's just say I had 500 shares and I exited long, and I must have typed in 1,000 or put in 1,000 or whatever. So it turned, I got out of the trade and now I was short 500 shares automatically. Luckily, it did work, but I didn't see it immediately though, because I didn't think I'd done that. Didn't see it immediately. And I just took a glance at my P&L. I was saying, wait a minute, what the heck is going on? And why does it say minus 1,000? But luckily it did work out. Yeah, I don't, that is a SPAC though, is it not? The Renew? Am I wrong? I don't typically, is that a SPAC? I mean, it's just priced as a SPAC, so yeah, it looks like that's a SPAC, right? Cartesian Growth Corporation, so it's a SPAC. Yeah, so I'm not saying don't follow it, but I mean, yeah, I don't typically take a look at the SPACs the first day. They're usually going to trade around 10. Later on, I don't think they've made a determination who they want to merge with down the road. I don't think they have anyway. Well, that is a nice giant green bar. My goodness, we could go positive. Wouldn't that be something? For a while anyway. Boy, Fubo, I mean, what is a great, probably one of the better bounces of the day in terms of percentages. And it's just continuing to move. All right, Lazar, do you want to go? Do you want to go with the market or do you not want to go with the market? LAZR. And Bluetooth just died on me. Just give me a moment. All right, guys. Well, an eventful day now with this, with what the market is doing. Can it just kind of hold? I don't care if it keeps going up. It just kind of bases a bit and see if some of these other bounce plays start to work. Okay, so PepG was halted on the way down. Not as interesting to me. I'm more interested on the day of anyway. I'm more interested in those crazy, crazy low float ones, lower price that can go absolutely nuts the first day. How many shares were issued in that one? Let's do a quick check. I don't know why I didn't have that one in my price alerts. They must have forgotten to do it. So actually only 9 million. So that's actually not that bad. Only 9 million, yeah, at 12. And who's behind it? So some fairly big guys. We got the Bank of America, Leerink, Stifel, and Wedbush. Okay, but Bank of America is behind this one, BOA. What I'm talking about right here. So 12, 9 million at 12. Here are the underwriters. I must have forgotten to put that price alert on that one. But you can see right now, there's not wild enthusiasm for it. I mean, if the IPO'd at 12, it's just barely above that. I mean, yes, it spiked up to 17, but so what I'm going to do, just in case later on, 1557, I will put a price alert, not at the high, not the high there, but the high of the body of that candle and see if it takes it out later. Supposedly, BLCO, yeah, supposedly, unless they're deciding that they're going to delay it because of the overall market conditions, but supposedly. Yeah, I did not have PepG here. So again, this is what I do. I go through the IPO list. So on Saturday, I'll sit down and I'll take a look at the IPO list for the upcoming week, and I'll start making price alerts. So you see what I've done here, the BLCO, and I'll put some notes in here so I know how many shares. I'll know the approximate IPO price, though I read this morning it might be only 18 now, and I can see who's behind it. Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, Citi, and JP Morgan, some huge names behind it. So when this starts to trade, I'll get a price alert because I put the price alert, I created the price alert at $1. Obviously, when it opens, it'll be over that, and it'll pop up on my price alert because I minimized my price alert window. It'll pop up right to the top when it starts to trade. Yeah, it's LOMB. LOMB, actually. They have a tax issue? Okay. I don't know anything about that, but okay. So that's what I would do. When people ask for an IPO scan, I think this is a better way to do it. Do a little bit of homework ahead of the IPO, because it's always good to know how many shares were issued and the approximate price. So for instance, if I don't know why I didn't have PepG here, but I didn't have it. But what I would have had is, okay, the 12 IPO price, the 9 million. And then when I see it open, I can sort of gauge, well, how enthusiastic are people? Not very. I mean, yes, there was an initial pop, granted, but now look, and it's basically going down to the IPO price. AUST, haven't looked at it today. And that was a classic one. If you were in the room 2 days ago, this is why I like I mean, they're hard to trade. Don't get me, they're not easy to trade. They're incredibly risky. But, I guess if you size yourself correctly and you have a stop, don't get too carried away. But this one was, I think, 4 million shares between $4 and $6. It opened, look where it got up to, $29 before it absolutely collapsed. I get it. But when this was happening, there were interesting opportunities to trade that. I'm not saying it was easy, but again, it depends on, if you're a new trader, forget about trying to do this. But I have to bring this up or these ones up because we've got all sorts of different traders in here. Yeah, all you needed was that first halt. It got halted, what was it, $7? Opened at 13, then it got halted again. It was up to 20 odd. I mean, it was crazy. And then reality, down to 6, next day down to 3, and here we are. So, I mean, this is nothing that we're holding. It's just the day of crazy things that happen. So, I mean, here's another one, guys. This is a gap up and go. Gap up and go. Earnings play has not been affected by the market at all. Okay, BRBR. Bell ring brands. Not very much volume. Just want to show you the mechanics of taking a trade in the simulator. So you would just click on an alert, the symbol shows up, pick how many shares you want to trade. Let's go a couple of hundred. I'm looking at, it's a 1 cent spread, so I can buy it at the market, send it, and now you're in the trade. Oh, for sure, Zach. You know, a lot of these ones are just going with the market. So here I am, I'm in the trade. Okay. That's how easy it is to, and it's using our real-time data. Should have mentioned that before. It's using our real-time data. It doesn't matter who your broker is. In fact, you don't even need a broker. So if you're undecided about who your broker is going to be, but you want to practice trading, all you need is our standard service. And then it uses our real-time data. And let's talk a little bit about, you know what, I'm going to get rid of this trade. I'm going to flatten this trade. That's a hotkey that gets me out of the trade. Okay. I'm going to take the trade again, talk just a little bit about money management. This time I'm going to take 500 shares, I'm going to buy it at the market. I'm going to explain why I'm doing this. Okay, back in. Entry price was 1261. I'm going to put a stop at 1241. And if you're new to trading, you might want to pay attention to what I'm talking about here. You're going to see a red line appear on the chart, which is going to say approximately minus 100. Come on. There we go. So it says minus 97.55, so approximately minus 100. So how did that happen? So when you start trading, how I trade anyway is I'll have a checklist. If I cannot check everything in that checklist, if I cannot check everything in the box, then or check each box, I don't take the trade. In my opinion, you should be highly selective. Should be looking for all sorts of reasons not to take the trade. So let's say though, you've been able to check all your boxes, and don't ask me what they should be. You have to develop your own style. Most of the things are already checked for me based on my scans. What do I mean by that? Well, I'm never going to see anything outside of a price range that I don't like. It's always going to have at least a minimum volume that I'm looking for, maybe a minimum relative volume, things like that. Okay. A lot of things are already checked based on my scans. The next thing I do when I click on an alert, now I'm checking to see, well, how is it trading? What sort of a pattern is it? What's the market doing? Things like that. Okay, then that's my experience. That's how I trade. Then if I like everything, then I take the trade. So I'm not hung up on getting the trade right at the very second when I get an alert. That's why I'll never auto trade. I always want to see, excuse me, what's happening. I've ever seen a quintuple top? I don't know. The next step then is, okay, if you think that makes sense, you should have some kind of a checklist. Now you take the trade. Well, how many shares are you going to take? You know, that's obviously important. You have to know how many shares you're going to take. And how would you determine how many shares you're going to take? Well, the way I trade is that when I get into a trade, even though I've been able to check every box, and obviously I'm going to take the trade because I like it, it still may not work. So I have a stop. I have a price. I'm going to get out of the trade if it's not working, and I just move on. And that's the stop. So how I size up how I trade, and I'm pretty visible. Or just a second, please, guys. Just one moment. Okay, sorry, I'm a visual trader. So in other words, what I like to do is I like to size up what I see on a chart, no less than say a 5-minute chart, where I think there could be a good support area so that if it broke down through there, I want to be out of the trade. That's how I do it. But if I'm starting out, probably what I would do, make it a lot easier because, a support area on a chart can be a little bit subjective. So what I would do if you're starting out is why not maybe make the low of the previous 5-minute candle your stop? It's a defined number. All right, Lazar is, oh, not Lazar, it's Luminar. Starting to work, guys. Starting to work. I was a little worried about that red bar there, but it hasn't been totally affected. So the LAZR is starting to work on that bounce, on that gap up, gap down and go. So that's why I have a stop, and that is going to share size me. Now I put the stop here at 1241 because I got into the trade at 1261, okay? I wanted to make the math very easy. You notice that's 20 cents away because that's the next step. How much are you going to risk on the trade? If it doesn't work, how much are you prepared to lose on the trade? You have a $5,000 account. I hope you would not be risking $1,000 a trade. In the simulator, I like to demonstrate risking $100 on the trade. So if it works against me, the most I want to lose is $100. Okay, that's why it says minus 100. Well, it wasn't magic. The reason it says minus 100 is because I took 500 shares. And again, I wanted to make the math easy. Entry 1261. I put the stop at 1241 to make it a 20-cent stop. You divide 20 cents into $100 and you get 500 shares. Okay? So in other words, I'm not taking the same number of shares every trade. I am basically the number of shares is determined by the difference between my entry and my stop. It's not always going to be 20 cents. So I'm not taking 500 shares every trade. The other thing I do is I try to keep my risk amount the same for every trade. In other words, I'm not risking 1,000 one trade, 200 the next, 50 the next. Okay, I try to keep it about the same every single trade. So all that is well and good. Practice trading, practice in the simulator. Okay, you might want to take that 5-minute low as your stop. Practice, see how that works for you. Maybe you become a little more visual and size up the chart and say, well, you know what? That's a good support area. So I could use that as my stop. But how you're going to do it will be up to you eventually. If you cannot make money in the simulator, forget about trying to make money when you're trading live, okay? Just forget about it. You have to be able to make money in a simulator. Unfortunately, even if you can make money in the simulator, it does not necessarily translate to making money when you're trading live. Why? Well, human nature being what it is when you start trading and you think you've listened to me and you've practiced and you're making money in the simulator, now you start trading and you're all excited. And that first trade, everything's been checked, your boxes, you've been able to check every box, and you get into the trade and it doesn't work. It's not working. It's starting to drift down to your stop price. So you start second guessing where you put your stop. You think, well, I know I put it at the low of the 5-minute candle, but this is such a great setup. How can it not work? So you don't obey your stop. So instead of that manageable $100, you're now down $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally sell and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. Okay, it's going to happen. I hate to say it, it's going to happen. But almost as worse is not obeying your stop, and then you're down $200, $300, $400, and then wow, it reverses, and now you're up $200 or $300, and you think, I'm so glad I didn't obey my stop. Can that happen? Of course it can happen. But practicing trading and practicing great money management is the key for success and to longevity. Really, that's what it's about, longevity. So practice, practice, practice. Why isn't Z showing up? Well, I'll take a look. Is this just it's not a layout, right? Is that S? It is just a topless window, earnings yesterday. Okay, let me just do a quick check. May 5th post-market, so you should have minus 0.25. I don't do very much of this anymore because I'm usually too busy, but I don't mind. I'll try here. Okay, so minus 0.25, so that should be okay. Minus 1, so minus 0.25. What else we've got in here? Just a minute. Your average daily volume should be okay. 100,000 shares a day, yes. Now the other thing is, let's take a look at one other. One moment here. Yeah. So if you're really looking for the ones yesterday, okay, and I change it. What I do is I put minus 0.25, okay, and it's showing up here. I change it from minus 1 to minus. See, you had it at minus 1, and I changed that to minus 0.25. That is yesterday. That's after hours yesterday. Okay, so that's what I would change it to without trying to go into a big explanation of why minus 1 doesn't work. Just change it to minus 0.25. That's what I do. And because you can see that Z is showing up now. Okay? Okay, ZS? You got it? Just change it to minus 0.25 and then this shows up. Z shows up. That's what I do. I don't go minus 1. I could probably try to figure it out, but instead of trying to figure it out, just I mean, if you're looking for earnings yesterday, I'm Are you looking for earnings yesterday or that released after hours yesterday? Because that's what that minus 0.25 will give you. That, I mean, that, because that's all I care about. I care about the ones that release earnings after hours. And because, typically, wow, look at the SPY guys. The SPY is just having a nice rip here. Are we positive? We are positive. Imagine that. Boy, this is a big rip. This is a big rip on the SPY guys. Only these two little bottoming tails right there that, maybe gave us a bit of an uh-oh moment. But I mean, this isn't even this one, but this is a nice little rally happening. The other thing we should really remember too, though, I was pointing this out yesterday. One of the reasons why the market was what looked so horrible yesterday. Well, let me get a big SPY chart out. What time is it now? 11:22. Let me get a big SPY chart out. Let's not forget this happened. If this hadn't happened, I mean, the market was down a little bit, okay, here, but let's pretend this didn't happen. I mean, that's an insane run up. That was from 2:30 on, at FOMC with minutes and all that stuff, and so the market became overly euphoric. And this was a close of about 900. Let's pretend that didn't happen. They just sort of sat here. So again, this looks so horrible, but what if this didn't happen? What if it only had rested here? I'm not saying the market, then we would have had this sort of a move down, maybe, but not this move from this high up here, if that kind of makes sense. So that to me really, emphasized or to me was a little bit false because this should really, let's face it, shouldn't have happened. And should this have happened, is catastrophic? Probably not, if all that makes sense. Meanwhile, Lazar is turning out to be a nice little trade. I mean, the gap down and reversals, guys. I mean, now they're going to work like anything right now. Gap down and reversals. I bet you these bounce plays are doing incredibly well. I actually I reloaded it, so I only have the last one, the NWSA. There's another one, this Sibanye Stillwater SBSW. The gold play, I think. Yeah, gold play. Another one. Gap down, reverse. Look at this. I mean, this is just a great. You're looking for gap down and reversals. I don't know how long this is going to last, but certainly the Lazar is. It tested that 11 mark, and the pre-market high was up here at 1151. Well, I did. Okay, let me load yours again. I think I just deleted it, so I'll load it again because you saw Z was on mine. Now it's possible. Where is that link? Let me just do it again. It's possible it could be the number. You've got a 100, and let me just see if that's the reason. Okay, so let me just make the change again. Okay, so and this is where it can get frustrating. What are you sorting it on? And I hate this. I hate this sort. You're sorting on the gap. Okay, so yeah, you see, I only sort the server sort on price now. Okay, and don't ask me why. I mean, don't ask me why when you sort on the gap that it's not, that maybe the gap wasn't big enough or something like that. Okay, but if you change that in the configure and change the sort to price, and that's what I do now all the time, it seems to bring in more what we're all looking for. The server sort is in theory supposed to break the ties. All right. So for instance, if you saw two stocks that were, up the most, or up, and they're both up 5%, and well, how would the system know which one to put on top of the other? So sometimes you sort on the volume. So if one had more volume, maybe that goes, that would be presented on top of the other one. So things like that. So kind of breaking ties. I would sort on price all the time. Okay. Now you see Z is there. And don't ask me why. Okay. You just have to accept it. I'm sure there's a more technical reason, but without bogging ourselves down and trying to figure out, it's a lot like when people say, "Hey, something is going wrong with my system. Charts aren't loading, or this is not loading. Something's not right." And a lot of times, just go click on account and reset connection, and presto, everything works again. And so instead of trying to figure out, well, why wasn't it working 2 seconds ago, you could drive yourself crazy. Actually, like doing, I mean, I used to do this all the time, look at people's scans and help them try to figure out why, it's a little Sherlock Holmesy, you gotta kind of keep looking at the clues, what sort of filter is blocking. I just don't have time anymore to do that. And luckily, well, one of the reasons is that we've got so many great support people now that when those emails were coming in, there's only myself and maybe one other person who could really do that sort of stuff, especially with the custom formulas. There was only myself really who was able to do the custom formulas. But now we've got several, and so I don't get too involved now in trying to figure out why a scan doesn't work. But it's fun. What do I think of Saidu? Well, I mean, I think we were waiting here to see if it would hold tree and or hold this area and break out. So it doesn't look good. I mean, later on it could come back. I mean, obviously it had a huge run. It's still up 53%, but at one point I think it was up 100%. But it's starting, it's drifting down. I mean, the trend is definitely down. Unless we get a lot of volume coming in, this looks like a dead play. I mean, it had the news, the signs the memorandum of understanding, et cetera, but right now, unless you get some volume, it's a dead play. I still have an alert, I guess, set up in this area here around the that high right there, 330. I mean, later on in the day, if it takes it out on volume, yeah, could have another run. Other than that, though, I wouldn't be touching it. And it's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So, otherwise, would have loved to have been shorting these tops here. All right, guys, I'm out of the Lazar. Okay, I was watching closely to see how well it was trying to pop through that 11, and it was just stumbling too much. So I'm all out of the Lazar. Not a bad little, not a bad little play. Here's another gap down and go, guys. The CVET, CEV, gap down and reverse, should say. A gap down and reverse, CVET, other earnings play, CVET. Okay, let's see. I'm looking at my thumbnail chart, seeing if anything interesting is happening. Let's see if that turns into a big red bar or just a pause in this uptrend, or are we ready to move down again? So again, if you were on these, well, that's a little more ominous. If you were in those bounce plays, that's why I got out of the Lazard, guys. That's exactly why I got out of the Lazard. The big topping tail there. And now this bar is, it didn't look like it wanted to continue. So if you're in those bounce plays, just you got to keep an eye on what the market is doing. See, look at this, the gap down in reverse. Remember I was just talking about the SPSW moving higher, but look what it's doing. Look, it's following the SPY, following the SPY. So again, for all the reasons why these were down, they're still in play. I mean, it's still, negative. It's still negative. Yeah, they were bouncing with the market, but all the negativity still remains, unfortunately. So keep an eye on the Corsair here, the CRSR. Keep an eye on this Corsair. I mean, this is basing nicely here, but we could, and it's an earnings play. Remember, it was down on earnings. It rebounded with the market, but with this red bar forming, if this gives up 16, this is a big base at 16, this could continue down. This could be it. This could be it for its, I mean, I actually got positive. So what I'd be doing is I'd stick an alert, price alert, say, I'll give it 1588 or so. No, and I'd also stick a price alert on top. I mean, it could continue, but so it's sort of bracket your price alerts, and now you're ready to, now you can just forget about it, and you get an alert, you can check it out. So this is okay, so this is a bit of a different one. Relay was an earnings play. This is a gap up and reverse now. RLAY. So that gapped up actually, and up to 25, down to $21. That's RLAY, a gap up and reverse. Not too many of these today because not many stocks gapped up. You guys are talking about Harley Davidson. Yeah, following the market. run with the market, run down with the market. Yeah, I mean, anything can happen between now and then, TRD. That's why, you drive yourself crazy thinking, well, look at Twitter. Look at Twitter. What's the buyout at, Twitter's the buyout's at 54, right? No, in theory, you should, wow, why not just sink everything I have in the world because it's going to go up to 54 when it gets bought out. Well, we all know something could happen between now and that buyout. So it's the same sort of thing. The question in our YouTube room is, something looks like it's supposed to be bought out at a certain price and yet it's dropping from that price. Well, it depends. The regulators can get involved, and you're talking about BKR, which the regulators certainly will get involved. Yeah, you got to be nimble. I mean, you've got to be nimble in this market right now. I mean, if you'd stepped away right here thinking, okay, I guess this market's just going to rally for the rest of the day, and you were in some longs, you could be in a losing position now based on that candle. Look at the relay, guys. Relay, relay, relay. Almost an all-time low. RLAY. Almost an all-time low. Not quite. You keep an eye on that. Wow, that's too bad. I mean, this looks like, I mean, if this takes out this area right here, we could just be on another big down continuation. I'm going to put an alert here at 408. Too bad in that, I mean, I think most people are shorters and you want to see something going up. I get it. Let's see. No, no, not. I mean, this is almost textbook, guys. Look at the Lazar, LAZR. I know it's Luminar, but Luminar, look at Luminar following the SPY. These are almost exactly 1, 2, red bar, 2, 3, or 3, 4, red bar, and now down. It's followed virtually the same. All right, it's 11:42, so I want to check to see who is going to be in our YouTube room. I'm pretty sure it's going to be Andy today. Let me just do a quick check. Yeah, I just leave him alone. Okay. Oh, Stockton. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I I see. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about this swing trading. Okay, I'll try to. Okay, guys, try to keep this. Again, stocks only, stocks only, stocks only. Okay. Anything else is off topic. So unless it's a very specific stock, okay. All right, guys, just checking to see if it's Andy. Yes, it is. So Andy will be in our YouTube room at about noon. Okay, so I'll put the link in here if you want to head over. Well, I'll put it in closer to when I'm taking my break at noon. John Jordan, welcome to the room. Yeah, you're in a very active trading room. This is the format Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Well, there's all sorts of trading styles here, John. There are not too many swing traders right now. I mean, tough to find anything that you'd want to hold, in my opinion. And scalping depends what you mean by scalping. No, I mean, if you're talking about, trying to make a nickel with a 1 cent stop, no. But there are all sorts of different trading styles here. I mean, right now, what we were doing is trying to play some bounces because of what the market was doing. But again, you've got to pay close attention because yeah, the market had a nice, well, almost an hour and a half again, but now we're starting to get some giant red bars. So all those bounce plays that were working beautifully for about an hour and a half are probably suffering right now. So you've got to be nimble. If you're calling that a scalp, it depends on your definition of what you like a scalp. All right, I'm not getting too many new alerts here. This one is still not bad. I mean, it's an earnings play and it hasn't really followed the market. Did not have a downturn really to begin with. It's been doing its own thing. BRBR, not a ton of volume. Well, John, it's up to you. It's up to your trading style. Okay. This is when you say do we, okay. Again, there's all sorts of different trading styles. I'm more of an intraday trader, but there, plenty in the room that will hold for several days. It's just difficult in this market environment, though, to hold anything. But that is, of course, 100% up to you. Trade Ideas as a program can be, you can design scans for virtually any type of trade that you're looking for. Again, I am mainly an intraday trader, but there's lots of in the room who are more swing. But again, it's hard in this environment to swing anything, in my opinion. We have a swing trading tab, but I think it's active. But I actually posed the question, "What are you guys doing?" And they say, "Not much." PJ says, "Yeah, you short." I see. That's something I don't do. I've only think short swung once. I can't even remember what it was. But are you a subscriber also, John? A Trader Idea subscriber? The reason I ask is that I share a lot of my scans. Okay, so you might want to go to my homepage then. Yeah, just because you're in a Trade Ideas trading room, this is a free room, so people don't have to be a subscriber to Trade Ideas to be in this room, but you're obviously a subscriber. So if you go to my homepage as an example, let's put my homepage link in. So if you click on that link, you will see, let me just get rid of some of these tabs up here. Okay, so when you click on my link, this is what you'll see. And here are my scans. So there's a scan section. So if you click here, these are the scans that I am sharing with people. And the gap continuation or reversal scan was really active today with the market gapping down and the reversing. That's why I was saying there were a lot of stocks that had gapped down and then they reversed because of what the market was doing. But then you had to pay a lot of attention to this candle here because my guess is that a lot of them that reversed are not reversing now. They're falling back. So but that was about an hour. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That was an hour and a half. But anyway, I'm sharing a lot of scans here. Well, when you click on it and load it, have you taken the getting started? Have you, because what'll happen is, okay, guys, I'm expecting, we're getting a new garage door, and I think what's happening, I'm getting a phone call. Just give me a moment, please. take off for well, too bad. It's 11:52. Maybe Andy can take over right now. So when you say added, you'll see it on your screen, and then you can, save your layout, and that will be part of your layout if you want. Just give me a moment here. Give me a moment, okay? Depends how much you want in your charts. I mean, I use our charting program. I'm not a big indicator guy, so our charts are fine for me. Give me a moment. Okay, give me one moment.
Why can't I hear anything? Barry, why can't I hear you? Can you hear me?
Andy, are you in the room? I'm sorry.
Oh, yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, good. Yeah, I can
Oh,
hear
yeah, I'm sitting here.
you.
I could not hear anything. I'm thinking, "Oh, man, I can't get on." Okay.
Well, we're getting a new garage door put on, and so the guy just showed up, so
Okay.
I had to go
Yeah,
down and see him. Okay, can you
absolutely.
take over now then?
I can. Let me, let's see, share my screen. Let's see. Share, uh, screen. All right.
I see you are trying to share your screen.
Normally do that.
You're kind of breaking up a little bit.
Hmm.
Keep talking.
Testing 1, 2.
Now you're good. But it looks like
Yeah,
you're having
let's
a
see.
problem.
Yeah, I could be having a bandwidth issue. I don't know why. I mean, internet will
There you go.
okay.
Okay, my
Are we
friend, I'll
good?
put
All
myself on
right,
mute.
Barry. Take care,
Thanks a
buddy.
lot. Bye.
Uh-huh. Bye-bye. All right, let me pull up the live stream so I can see the chat. Oh, I did notice a little bit of lag in there. I could be having internet issues. Weird. I haven't had anything in months, so pop out the chat. All right, guys, welcome to the support session. Just let me know, guys, in the chat if you guys are having any. Hey, Aja, how you doing, buddy? If you guys are having any issues with me cutting out, hopefully that was just a glitch we were having. Uh, Crazy action in the market, guys. Boy, this is it's a very tough market. If you're really active as far as jumping in and out to the long and short side, it could be a fun market. But otherwise, yeah, it can be a devil. That's for sure. Every time we keep trying to break, buyers are coming in. So we'll see what happens. I'm still more bearish than I am bullish, that's for sure. But I'm not short anything right now, but I'm not long much either. The only thing I'm long is this VST that I bought this morning at right around 50. I dropped it in the eye. I looked at the price was right at 26.42 when I dropped it in the eye this morning. Nice daily chart, trying to break out earnings. So maybe one to keep an eye on, but boy, it's uh, hard to get anything going in your favor. The one thing about these electric power distributions, a lot of times when the market gets a little bearish tape, a lot of funds will go into, and a lot of traders will go into these electric power distribution utilities. They pay a dividend, so this could be like a little defense play at times. But it's trying to break its 10-period moving average right now. So let's see if we can hold on there. Hey, Mike, how are you? How are you? But as far as me, boy, yeah, I'm done doing anything. I've tried a few longs, actually made some decent money on this KD, but boy, I really botched it this morning. I sold it way too early, coming up against this resistance, and the market was so shaky. I'm thinking I'm going to take my profits in this thing. And I was in it from yesterday at 12:06, and this thing just kept it's keeping going. All right, guys. So for those who may have any issues with the software, maybe you're struggling with anything to do with the software, this is a best place to ask questions. If you're looking trying to build a configuration or something like that and having some hard time with it, just let me know and we can work on it. Uh, Pretty much anything to do with the software, we can dive into it, try to fix it. Sometimes, if you're having B plus issues, we have to go to the support files, and we don't want to do that in here. But you can always send a email to info@trade-ideas.com as well if you're having any issues with Brokerage Plus. Looking at this action, that's why there's an old saying, that bear markets will take out bulls and bears, and it really is. It's very tough. You get bearish and you get these big up moves. Only thing I could recommend, guys, and it's contrarian thinking, but because you can see a lot of times if you try to short lows, you're just going to get whipped out, big old followed by big green bars. So the best thing I could advice I can give is understand that we are in a bear tape, okay, right now, and the best way to play it, if you want to play is wait for those moves and fade them. I know it's hard sometimes, but look at these days right here. If you would have just sold the close, gap down, boom, sold the close, sold the close. Uh, it's hard to do. I know. I don't do it. I will if I'm got some few longs that I want to hedge, but just to put on a pure short, it's tough to do. But a lot of times, if you get some action like this, and then it bounces up and shows some weakness, don't have to like fade the top, but you can you know find yourself a pretty good entry in something like that. Steve likes to call it when it bounces up into the armpit. But I'm gonna be honest with you. I made a big mistake the other day. I had some longs on this day right here, and it was Fed day, so I put on a hedge. Now this wasn't taking on a short position. It's just totally different. Okay, if you don't have any longs and you put on a short, you're definitely shorting. But if you have a longs and it's okay to put on a hedge. But what I did on this day, I held that hedge all the way until the close, and I had such good profits on my longs. I said, well, I'm going to just take off the hedge here. And I mean, I took it off right at the close, pretty close to highs, and then of course we gapped down the next day. I mean, I still got out of my longs okay, but eh, in hindsight, I should have sold all my longs and kept on my short. But it's tough. But just to show you that how difficult it is. I mean, I've been trading for 25 years, and it's still, to hold on to those shorts when you get those big old up moves, even if it's a hedge. Sometimes it's hard to do. But that was a dumb move by me. I'm a man that will admit his mistakes. And on this move that day, my longs were twice as much. In other words, I made twice as much on my legs on my longs as I did on my hedge. And so I should have just kept that hedge. It was just bad. It was a bad exit. All right, so the spies are trying to dig in again on this fast line. Keeps trying to break through it. Uh, Digging in. We could just have a very, very sloppy, narrow range doji day. Would not surprise me at all. Yeah, Steve did the same thing. We both did the same thing. It's tough. It's tough because what happens is you got these longs and you're thinking, well, gosh, man, I'm making money, but I'd make a lot more money on these longs if I didn't have this hedge, and you're afraid the next day you're gonna have some follow through and you just rather be long. And then of course you get a gap down and plunge the next day. Okay, let me see if this VST can dig in here. Don't like that it fell below, but a lot of times it'll just dive a little bit below. I still love in the daily here. Let's put on this high right here is 2663, and that's kind of where it's trying to hold is this high. ABDX earnings play. Nice little move there, only to turn around and oh boy, that's frustrating. We were talking about in our traders chat over here, a lot of times what you can watch for is these stocks, guys. I've seen this a lot. These stocks that have been beaten up, you know, look how far Zillow has fallen. And when they have earnings and you get a gap down like this, they can be great trades. I know it's kind of hard to do, but I've seen this a lot over the last couple of months on stocks. And I've actually played a couple, but that was one where, what you can just say there's probably a lot of people short. And what happens is kind of like buy the rumor, sell the fact. Well, a lot of people were short, knowing that their earnings were probably going to be bad, and they're using this opportunity to cover, right? And while you probably have a lot of people coming in trying to exit out of their position, finally throwing their hands up in the air and giving up, so the short sellers can use that opportunity to buy back their shares that they've probably been short for months. Anyway, I was surprised open, probably the gap up kind of, but this is kind of one on my radar that another beaten up one, and they actually had decent earnings. So I think the gap up kind of threw it off. But one I may look if it can get back above this uh, 5-day moving average. You see there it poked through it. So one I may be interested in if it can get back through this level. Even though the daily there's nothing happening there. If it does get back through this level, I think it's got a real good chance to go to highs. So I may give it a shot there. Good question, Mike. I'm not a big VWAP guy. Uh, we could or somebody looking for like intraday. Most of you say a lot of questions are those questions for intraday VWAP or kind of a anchored VWAP going over multiple days. Well, look at this market. Yep, and that Vista held on. Yeah, intraday. Well, I know you need to, if you're doing intraday only, you need to use the VWAP one. So here's something, a simple scan. We can build it. It's always a good thing to do just to build a new scan. Let's build a uh let's do a pullback scan to the VWAP on a strong stock. See if we can do something like that. Not gonna be, I don't know what kind of stocks we'll just put up like 1% or something like that. Uh And if we're going to do that, I probably need to add the VWAP one in my chart here. So let's do that first. Actually, our chart VWAP is going to be an intraday VWAP. We'll leave it at black. Ah, speaking of Vista, that just came down not only to its 10-period moving average, you can see it came down to its VWAP. Uh, Probably to get a pure, VWAP, I would probably take off if you have any pre-market or post-market. I would probably take that off. Let's see if we can build something. Let's just do a let's do an alert window so we can get alerted in real time. And the alert we're going to use is, let's just do, we'll put a couple in there so we don't miss it. We'll do 15-minute low, add alert. We'll do a 5-minute low. Doesn't matter the alerts, number of alerts you use. If you're just looking for like an opportunity to a pullback level, probably the more the better. But we're just going to use a 5-minute and a 15-minute low. I tell you what, let's throw a 10-minute low in there as well. Okay, and let's keep it simple because honestly, I don't know how many we're going to get coming through here. So we're going to keep the filters kind of simple. Just make sure we want it up on, do we? Let's do change from the open. Add filter and change from the open. Let's do at least up. mm, Let's do 1.5%. Volume today, let's make sure it's doing at least 200,000. And now let's want a little bit of, make sure there's a little bit of volume in it. So let's do a relative volume also 1.5. Add some columns. Uh, oh, we got to do the VWAP alert. VWAP 1. And let's see, add filter, and we're just going to bracket it. We're going to put a negative 0.05, and we're going to put a 0.05. This is going to bracket it to make sure that this pullback is happening at the VWAP. More columns. Let's do a relative volume. Throw a 5-minute volume in there just to make sure it's not pulling back on too much volume there. Distance from VWAP, that should not, we don't really need that. Don't need description. Definitely need price. Is price in there? Where's my price? There it is. Let's see what we got. And we got nothing. All right, something's not right. Make sure. Nothing for today. Let's go to yesterday. Something doing something wrong. I did something wrong. Let's just take out relative volume. Let's bring this down to 1%. Change from open. Distance from VWAP 1. Gosh, that's pretty simple. Do I have too many shares in there? No. Hmm. Well, let me try something here. I'm going to do a collaborate, and they're going to copy all and do it in a T window. And now I'm nervous about this VWAP 1 filter. That should work. All right, something's not right. I'm on a brand new dev version. Negative 0.5. Yeah, that's correct. Take out change from open. Maybe Steve, you see anything I'm doing wrong? I mean, this should pretty be straightforward. Like I said, guys, I'm on a brand new dev version. I mean, just got it yesterday, so there's a chance, there could be something with this filter. Let's try a different VWAP and see if that works. Let's do a VWAP 2. Nothing. No, point 0.05 should work. That's what I always use. Okay, if it comes to the VWAP, it should be in there. Uh, Negative 0.5. It tells me the count is 528. Okay, let's try expanding it to see if we get anything else. But gosh, you think something throughout the day would hit the VWAP. Nothing. All right, let's do this right here and see, make sure it's not everything causing it. Let's do 10 SMA. And if this works, I'm going to be pretty certain that it is the VWAP filter. Huh. Well, let me do something that I have built already. Well, I know what I have. I have Let me just do it this way. My homework. Okay, so this weird. Okay, so let's take a look at this filter. It's working. Do a history, do today. Got tons of them coming through. All right, let's take a look at the configuration and see what is happening here. Okay, so mine is changed from 8-day SMA on this one, and it is working fine. Now I'm using a negative 0.05 and a 0 on this one to make sure it comes down and touches the 8 SMA. But when I go to build one, and this is using a new low, wonder if it's the 15. Let me try this. Wonder if it says the 15-minute. All right, guys. Yeah, I don't know. It's not letting me build anything new. Ah, duh. I got 200. I got the volume today and a percentage. Gosh, Andy. Ugh, okay, let's go back. What a dummy. What a dummy. That goes to show you guys, even, I mean, I can't tell you how many people come and will tell us, our system is broke, it's not working, and there's always something. You could just see right there. I had a percentage in there instead of shares, and it just let's go back and do what we were planning on doing the first time. Gosh, that was just stupid. I should slowly look at each filter. It's always a filter. All right, so now we can go back and put in our regular ones, change from the open we were using. Why would it take it out of there? I just built that thing and put change from the open. And let's just do 1%. And we will go back in and do the relative volume at 1.5 just to make sure there's something possibly happening here. Go back to our columns, everything's there. If it doesn't work now, I'm just distance from VWAP 1. Make sure it's $5. Relative volume, price, volume today, shares 200,000, change from the open. Let's just scratch this until we maybe get some distance from VWAP 1. Alerts, 10, 15-minute pullback, 15-minute low, 15-minute low, 15-minute low. There we go. Finally got something. Just, I guess there wasn't that many stuff. Let's try this again. Let's just do change from the open. Sorry about that, guys. 1%. Wow. So you don't really have anything. There we go. FAS. There we go. Now we're starting to get some things. Jeez, that took a while. All right, so let's take a look at some of these. eBay. There's your pullback, and there's the VWAP. So it is working. That one's working. Yeah. Under normal conditions, this may be a pretty good alert. Unfortunately, right now, when you get these really extremes in the market, excuse me, give me a drink of Coke here. Mike, I think what's happening, you got these such volatility in the market right now. It's just throwing a lot of this off. I think this could be a really, decent alert. Let's try something here. That looks interesting. You have earnings? Nope. Alert on that. Yeah, it's just the market is just so volatile right now. It's just crashing through these things, and that one kind of held this RMI, pulled back, got close enough. It's really only 2 cents away. It looks like it's far from that line, but this really doesn't move a whole lot. Let's see, let's get some stuff more recently. Yeah, it's the market's just too volatile right now. But I'll share this with you because I think it could be, like I said, I think there's something like this could be a good. I'm gonna just put pullback to VWAP. And once everything settles down, Mike, I think this could be a decent one. What's in the morning cup? Yeah, really. Yeah, I was definitely struggling there. Well, it's the stupid percentage. That's not the first time I've done that. I don't care for volume to day percentage. I'd rather use. I don't wish that filter wasn't even in there because I do that quite a bit actually. All right, pull back to VWAP. Here it comes. There you go. All right, this is looking better. Let's take a look at it on the daily. See where this thing may go to. Look left, as Barry always says, and really got to go to the weekly. Okay, there we have it. Got a little bit of congestion that is trying to poke through right now. So this, could get up here another at least a buck higher. I think maybe not today, but over the next couple of days. Hopefully this thing can get up around the 28 level. We'll see. Okay, so Bill has been there every day asking for a VWAP scan. Well, if you see him, send him to our info, our email, and I'll be sure to get him that. You could also run that change from close as well. How are these Zillow still holding up over here? Yeah, doing pretty good. KD's continuing to taunt me. It's funny, like all the yeah, everything. There's another one that gapped down on earnings and beaten up pretty bad. Took a little head fake down. Now it's trying to get back to possibly going positive. It's like everything that's running and stuff's been beaten up. Ah, don't you do it. You hang on there. You put in another topping tail like that. No, I did not get any CEDO today. I have been CEDO, I should say. Oh, you mean I guess I'm hoping you mean the short side. Yeah. Oh boy, that was ugly. I think that was on Barry's watch list up too. Man, hope you guys didn't get suckered into that. This one, they must have had some news yesterday, huh? Gap up. How's lithium still holding up? Not bad. Put a little alert in that one. Liking the way this Merc is setting up. And this was in the eye. I think back on one of these days, it was in the eye. SQ earnings play trying to get up and go to highs. Seeing a common theme here, another beaten up ARC stock, Kathy Wood stock. Pinterest has been hanging on surprisingly well. Now I own this was in the eye going back over here, still uh very sound, over the last couple of weeks, holding on. You got the 10 trying to catch a 20. So that one, boy, still got to keep an eye on that one because it's bucking the trend. It's not wanting to sell off anymore. And of course, this thing has come down from the stratosphere. I think there's going to be a lot of opportunities. I'm kind of hoping for some more carnage. Maybe pick up some of these ones. Uh, Tried Netflix the other day, and that failed. Got out of it yesterday. But I did okay in Hood and Pins and Roku. I did real well. Roku. Let me take a look at that one. Yeah, I was in Roku from this day after earnings and had a nice pop. I sold pretty much the top of that day. I'm taking profits for no reason these days, just because I had good gains. Your exit strategy kind of changes when you get into a market like this. Now it cost me in KD, that's for sure, but I don't care. It was a great trade from 1206 to 1330 or 40, whatever I got out. But I had another buck in that thing. Funko. Ah, don't fail me, Vista. Well, these swing trades, yeah, you gotta. Sure, I'll go back flat on this thing. AMD, I was in that one. Gosh, dang it. Still holding on pretty good. Yesterday got me out of some Still got out for a profit, but it was lower than it is now. Hi, Dave. Yeah, the I is basically swing trading ideas. Okay, we uh, what I do is each day I will look at me and some of the traders will put some ideas into a spreadsheet, and then I put them in a watch list. Here's my watch list for today. And a lot of times what'll happen, I have some other things running like winners from the open. I run a car race for winners from the open. And then I also look at sectors. Vista just happened to pull up. I saw some of the electric power uh, distribution ones doing well today, and I pulled this one up, and it had earnings. Just a beautiful daily chart there. So what happens is, and I dropped this in there right around. I remember tagging it. It was like 26.42 or three when it was dropped into the eye. So basically, it's just uh, ideas that we drop each day. And what I wanted to do is just kind of for the people who, unlike Mike C, who wants to, you know, tweak out and trade all these fast stocks. I wanted for the people who wanted to slow things down to maybe do some swing trading, give them some ideas for some swing trades. I'll show you the list that we keep. And there's been some great calls over the last about 6 weeks. But let me just pull this down here and we'll look at it. Let's see, am I missing the ones from the day? Yeah, I am. All right. So yesterday, or not yesterday, yesterday we had CTVA. I really like that one. Only thing about it is, and this happened to me twice. This came out. This JP Morgan downgraded it this morning. It was entered yesterday, so I was actually in that, but I got stopped out this morning at 56. Sometimes you just got, you get those great earnings, and then for some reason, Jay, these analysts they kill you. And the same thing happened to Hood on this day, the next day. But going back to 5-4, AMD was a call at 93. Okay, earnings play that pulled back with the market, and then I called it around 93, dropped it into the eye, so it would populate in your eye if you have this open. Now, where can you find that? All you have to do is go to New, and you go to Doc Channel Bar, and you go to the Trader's Eye. And we have a channel for it, but probably the best thing to do, because really, is just uh, this window, just save it to your cloud, and that way you could pull it up to your main layout if you want to keep track of it, because there's not enough really detailed information for you to keep a big old docked window up. So AMD was a good one. Dow was a good one, but once again, it got caught in the market. It was called right here. Beautiful day, first day. Technically, I guess one could argue it's still alive. It hasn't closed below its 10-period moving average. So this is why it really doesn't come with any entries. It doesn't come with any exits or stops. When it comes to swing trading, it's a little bit different than day trading. Uh, People have different risk management. They have different time frames they're looking at. They have different share size. So the idea here is not to say get in here, get out here, here's your target. No, it's like I said, it's subjective. So we're just giving you an idea of trades that possibly could be higher over the next several days. And like I said, there've been some great trades. Uh, Pins, I was talking about pins the other day. This was called on this day right here at basically 21, I think 21.38 or something like that. And you had a nice 3 days in that Pinterest. Hood is another one that technically could be still alive. Uh, it was called right around this area, I think around 10, I can't remember, 10:30 or something like that. You had a day, but then what happened is that got a downgrade to, or target price lowered. So analysts got me twice in 1 week on Hood and CTVA. they'll do that. DK was a beauty uh, earnings play on this day right here around 20 25 30. You had a couple of really nice days all the way up to over 29. So good call in that one. Netflix was kind of a spec play. Didn't work really. It was basing really nicely here, and it tried right there. Got up to around 104 or something like that, but it failed. I don't. You won't see too many of these right here. It felt like it was basing and was going to pop above this, and I saw a lot of the ARC stocks, moving higher one day. So I tried Netflix, but you probably won't see too many of those bottom fishing. But anyway, there was been some really good ones. Now, here's a Roku call back on I think 429 that had a really nice day. Um, Now what you see in here are just kind of our ideas. We'll go in and do our homework. Uh, it's me mostly, but some of the other guys will throw some ideas in there as well. And then the ones you see highlighted are the ones that's called. So we are going to track these, okay, in another tab and kind of track the results over time. Now, granted, this is not the best market to be trying to introduce something like that, but I'm okay with that. Once again, they're ideas. You always have to kind of play the market first. And that's what I tell everybody. There's no trade that just works in a vacuum. Okay, you have to understand there's all the variables that can affect a trade. And the main thing is the main two items are market conditions and sector. What are the peers doing? Uh, Trying to think if there's any other. There was, like I said, there've been some. P10 was a really good, I think, call that we had in there. Uh, but anyway, that's the eye in a nutshell. I'm still not giving up on this VIS. Hopefully, a little head fake there. That's the thing about what I like about short-term trading, position trading, swing trading. In day trading, you're probably, anybody day trading this probably got wicked out here. And that doesn't mean it can't turn around and go lower. But when you're swing trading, you're not worried about these little jigs and moves. You're entering a position based on the daily chart. If you're entering a position based on the daily chart, you need to let the daily chart get you out of it. Okay. Don't get caught up in some sort of, breaking the 10 period moving average on an intraday chart. You're welcome. It's a really nice feature, and just using, like I said, all of especially for the new traders that come in here. This is a way for you to get an idea of kind of what we think, and I do take a lot of these trades. As a matter of fact, I take most of them. I mean, I'm gonna put it out there for the world to see. I'm also probably more than likely I'm gonna be in it. So now, when you see these, it doesn't necessarily mean uh just to jump in right when you see it. As a trader, you got to observe the market conditions as well. A great example would have been AMD. Now, on AMD, I had a really good price on it because this was called back over here on this day. And what I did is the market was, they had earnings, they were great earnings, but the market was selling off really hard. So I took a half a position at 93 on this pullback here, and that's when we entered it. Maybe 93.20 or 30, I can't remember. But and then what I did is I actually, when it got down here to lows and almost filled the gap and then did a bar reversal, I actually added to my position. Now that's not averaging down, okay? So if your idea is to go in here and buy 200 shares and you say to yourself, well, market selling off, I really love this stock. Great earnings. I love so many, even though the daily chart is still suspect, the earnings kind of trump that for me. And it did pop above its 10 period and its 20 period. Okay. So there's something technical there for me to kind of base my decision off of. But at the same time, like I said, the market was a little bit scary and selling off hard. So I tell myself, okay, if I want to be in 200 shares, at the end of the day, I'm not real sure, so I don't even want it. I want to call it scaling in, not averaging in. Okay, so I want to, buy half of my position here, and remember, instead of me joining and jumping in 200, because I'm kind of skeptical of the market, I'm taking 100 shares, and then once maybe I add here on the reversal and the market starts digging in. So I had a really good position, here, and as far as my entry goes, and then had this, and I didn't sell any. That was the AI. The AI actually called it after I was in it, so kind of a little confirmation there for me. But then, of course, the next day gaps down, boom. I start, I'm out of it now, and I'm kind of regretting. I should have held on to half, but market will do that too. So getting back to what I was saying, don't feel like you just because you see something pop on that you first of all don't feel like you have to take it. Okay, you want to look at the market conditions, maybe look at the peers. What are what's the sector doing? And then do your own technical evaluation. There's a lot of things I like about you know, this Vista or Vistra technically. So, but you need to, it's got to fit your eye as well. Yeah, open. Just can't get anything going. These two were in the in the TI strength as well, both Merck and Hershey, and I've been kind of watching those. Once again, defense plays. Okay, these are going to pay a dividend. Uh, so those are looking pretty good. I like that Merck especially. All right. Donkey Kong was earnings. They can't get anything going though. There's a beaten up one that really can't they didn't buy that. Another one like open, they gap. Seem like the ones that gap up they fail, but the ones that gap down they run higher. All right, Plaza. This may be a dumb question. There's no dumb questions in here. Uh, YouTube has character limits, so I will break into multiple messages. Uh, TQQQ and SQQQ are essentially opposite. TQQ below 50 SMA, 15, but of the view out. SQQ is above. But looks like you're going to continue. Okay, you're going to break it up. Well, I probably can answer your question. Well, I can tell you this is the ProShare Ultra QQQ, and SQQQ. I think this is more ProShare Ultra uh, short. What is the TQQ? Yeah, you're look one's a long and one's a short. You do understand that, right? Let's see. Yeah, it's to me. Here's the thing about uh, technically speaking. First of all, I won't when I'm comparing these. I won't look at either one of these because they are what you call leveraged ETFs, and they have some decay components to them. Uh, or whatever they do, reweighting, rebalancing. They do something. It's something weird. In other words, it's very complicated and confusing. They do that on purpose so people don't understand that there's decay in these things. So if you sit in them over time, uh, uh, they will. Let me show you a good example. You got spies. Okay, this is kind of breaking down on long term. If you look at them on long term, and then you got SDSs. See, really, now it's hard to tell in this kind of a longer term, but trust me, okay, there's a reason they put these out there. It's not for your benefit. It's because they can make money on basically decay and over time. But getting back to your question, what I would focus on is only focus on the Qs, okay? But because the Qs are going to be the real technicals. It's hard to pay attention to those double, triple leveraged ETFs because of the decay is when it comes to looking at them technically. So what I like to do is look at the Qs. Okay. So, and I'm obviously not telling you that uh, what to do here as far as taking a position because I know how difficult it is to short when markets are on lows. Okay. Uh, and let me explain the logic behind why it's so difficult and why they say bear markets wipe out both bears and bulls. Okay, it's because when you get these counter moves, in other words, when you're in a bear trend and you get these counter moves like we had 2 days ago, not only do you have it's kind of double it's a double whammy for the bears. Not only do you have shorts that are rushing to cover and get out of their position because they're scared, you also have new long interests that are thinking new buyers, oh boy, this is the bottom. So you kind of have this double whammy of buying going in, and this is why you have these exaggerated up moves a lot of times in bear markets. So this is why this is why it's best if you got it's so difficult to short, okay, because you're in the minority. Most people would rather trade long, but when there's more selling going on than buying, of course, a lot of this institutional selling, what I like to do is play small size and never chase. In other words, let the market come up to you, like Steve likes to say, come back up into the armpit. Kind of like what happened right here in the Qs. Maybe, you're sitting there, cannot get above this 50, and then you break. That's a good short position. Chasing something down here, it can work. All right. I'm not saying that it can't, and we could, you could just get a huge sale program come in, margin calls, and things could just fall out of bed. But you risk these kind of moves, you know, short right here, gap up, boom, But if you look at these green candles, if you were to short the top of these, it's hard to do, you know, uh, you would have done very well. And so, what I like to recommend doing is small size. Trust me, if the market breaks, it's going to get real ugly, and you're going to make very good money on small size. The problem is people try to take too much, size, and they usually get emotional and get jigged out, like I did the other day on the on my I had TZAA or TZA. It was a hedge at the time, and I was dumb for getting out of it, but I did, and but that's believe it or not, that's probably the time to be shorting. I know it's hard to do, but or maybe when it gaps down, take you a small position immediately on the gap down. But I can tell you this: shorting at lows is very difficult. Um, I mean, even if you did, I mean, it could be a very, like I said, profitable trade, but you risk, coming in over the next weekend, whatever, some good news happens, or it's a quiet weekend, nothing happens. There's a good chance you'll gap, you'll try to gap and move up here real quick. I hope that makes sense to you, Plaza. It's just once again, if you can think about small size and uh, you know, more of a fade entry because the trend is down. And there's nothing more frustrating, when you have a good short position and you get jigged out on the 1 day move and months later you look and the thing is much lower. See, look at this beautiful entry right here. Okay, this is the kind of thing. Look at these people who short this break right here. Okay, let me do it this way so I can. This is a great example. Okay, so the market is getting toppy. Okay, going back here to uh, December. Okay, cannot seem to go through highs, and then we open up January. I trust me, there's tons of people that got short on this move right here, and look what happened. Bam, bam, bam. But so this is what I'm saying. You wait for those moves and then you be the guy that fades up here in the armpit at this 20 period moving average. It goes that lithium to highs. Uh that's textbook right there. Okay. Don't be the guy that shorts down here and gets, oh no, here we go again. Be that guy that says, hey, we haven't gone anywhere in 2 months. We're coming up here. We're below all our moving averages. This was where I'm going to take my position. Oh yeah, I don't TRD. I don't short stocks. I'm scared to short stocks a lot of times because stupid news overnight. You get a upgrade or a buyout or something like that. It can be, you can blow up an account pretty easy. Now, if you're shorting some big stuff, Amazon, Apple, it's as long as they don't have earnings, you probably have nothing to fear. But I would prefer to just get some triple leveraged ETF and do kind of a fading strategy like I was just showing you. All right, here comes that Vista. Hmm. Look at my revenue growth fishing. AMD is on there. You don't see really a whole lot of big caps on there.
Andrew,
Hey, are you back already?
Andy.
Oh, can you not hear me?
I think Andy's got the site on mute.
Can you guys hear me?
I don't think Andy can hear me.
No, Barry, I'm not on mute. They can hear me, Barry.
Okay, Andy, I don't think you can hear me. I don't know why you can't
No,
hear
I
me,
can hear
but
you.
I have everything unmuted. I have the site unmuted. I have the site unmuted. Can you hear me now? Or you can hear me,
I
but
can hear you, right? But
all
you
right,
can't
I
hear.
can hear you now.
Oh,
I
that's
wonder why
weird.
that
Yeah.
happens. Yeah.
Yeah, that's strange.
Listening to you talking about that. Now, the one thing that I don't mind doing when shorting lows is when it makes an all-time low.
Yes.
See, when I was
Yes.
listening to you, I was thinking, wait a minute. I
Well,
love my 10-day daily breakdown. And when the stock is making an all-time low at the same time, I don't mind shorting it
no.
almost right off the bat.
Yes, yes, but and at the same time, yeah, you're more of gonna, you're probably not gonna hold that for 2 or 3 days either. But
Oh my goodness, no. Oh
yeah,
my goodness, no. No, no,
yeah,
no, no.
no,
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 no, no,
no,
no, no.
yeah. When you're momentum trading, yeah, everything goes, man.
Yeah. Well, no, but I hear you though, because I don't want to short necessarily at the low of the day in a
No.
typical stock. But if it's making an all-time low,
Oh
I
yeah,
just think of it, who's going to buy it? I mean,
exactly.
obviously there are people eventually, but I mean there ain't no chart support. So
No,
so you just sort of say to yourself, well, who the heck is going to step in and buy it? Like Peloton this morning, PTON. I mean, I know it did have the bounce finally, but I
yeah,
mean, and you know what is going to happen with Peloton on May the 10th. pre-market. That's when they release earnings. I mean, what in the world is going to
Oh
happen to that
man,
company? You know,
brutal. Boy,
yeah,
you
it's
talk
going to be
about falling
brutal.
from grace. Yeah. Yeah.
Probably. But then you never know, and that's what makes it so interesting to trade because maybe they come out with maybe they didn't lose as much as the analysts thought. Okay,
Yeah,
and you
exactly.
know what I mean? We lost $1 billion, but they thought we are going to lose 2 billion. So so now we're going to buy you. It's crazy.
There you go.
There you go, is right. So Andy, if you want to take off, you can. If you want to
Okay,
hang
buddy.
around, that's great. But
All
thanks
right.
for showing up just a little bit early.
Oh, no problem. No problem. Yeah, I'll get going. My stomach's kind of growling a little bit. So all right, Barry.
Okay.
You have a great
Okay, thanks,
weekend, buddy.
Andy. You
Uh-huh.
too, buddy. Okay,
Bye-bye.
bye-bye. All right, guys, I think I'm back in. Now only me, and I'm back in the main room now. And let me just get that announcement out. And one last thing to do is get my music going. Okay, here we are, guys. So, wow, okay, the SPY. Look at the SPY. Encouraging. We had that 30 minutes of down. We had that big giant red candle just ahead of when I was taking my break. Then that was at 11:45. That was when I was just about taking my break. And man, we've had a nice little run. A nice little run. Maybe. So you guys been talking about CFVI? Yeah, wow, no kidding. Big pop. Big pop. Yeah, that's shortable too for me. I mean, I'm going to trust this. Acquisition, so they did put a little tweet out there, or maybe they didn't tweet it, maybe it was on the other one. All right. Okay, for those of you who follow this sort of stuff, so you see the news. The 45th president will be live today at 8 p.m. Was it me, Mike? Was it me? It was only a little dent, but it wasn't me. All right, guys. Well, you know, those former bounce plays could be coming back into fashion again. Let's see, again, the market has, I mean, it's not going to surprise anybody if this market goes positive. It certainly won't surprise me. Yeah, that LICY, guys, I know I mentioned it in the pre-market that this was a really good one from yesterday when the rest of the market was just absolutely collapsing, and this didn't. And so we got the high of 789. I mean, it's not moving incredibly, but you know, it's better than virtually so many other stocks on a 2-day basis, and it still has some room. The next high looking left is 871, so it still has some room to run. It did have some news yesterday, as I recall, even though even though the lawyers are coming out with fraud class action lawsuits. I'm short this AMBP. It just hasn't moved. AMBP. I am short this AMBP. This was from Zach Scan. Not up here, right around this level here, just over 7, around 703 actually. So I'm just waiting to see if it has a capitulation. And I'm short at, yeah, 703. Breaks down through 695. I think I might have a run down. So I'm just going to put my alert there. It's back up to 703. I'm taking it out. I'm just going to take it out. So I was reading what Mookie was saying, and it is interesting. What he was saying is that he'll get into a trade, and I do this. I do the same thing in theory. Get into a trade with the expectation that I can make at least a 1 for 2. Okay, risk reward. So make the math simple. If I'm risking 10 cents, I want to have an expectation that I can make 20 cents on the trade. And that of course, is by looking at the charts and other things to make sure that there's not a ton of resistance overhead. The only way I differ is this, because he says it's 1 for 2 or bust. In other words, if he's positive, then he'll get out at, I think that's what you said, Mookie. So let's just say you get in at $10 and it has to get up to 10.20 for a 2 to 1, 1 for 2. And it gets up to 10.15, and then it starts to come back down. You won't exit. You will wait till your entry at 10, and then that's when you'll exit. Is that correct? And of course, you'll exit. You have a stop, of course, but you will not. But you will not exit. You will not exit unless you get that 1 for 2, unless you get stopped out. But you will watch it, watch it, watch it, and then if it starts drifting down to where you entered, then you would get out, right? You wouldn't wait to get actually stopped out. Is that correct? Okay. Yeah, that's it. That's interesting. I mean, because I'm I don't quite do that, because if I don't like the way it's trading, if I see that all of a sudden the market's starting to drift against me, or something's happening that I just don't like, I will get out before my entry, to maybe salvage a little bit of profit. But but that's interesting, definitely, because you're right. There obviously there are times where I have done that, and then it's come right back up, and it's gone through my 1 for 2, and it keeps going. There's no question that can happen. I think a lot of it for me, though, is uh, because I cannot spend 100% of the time on the trading. I get distracted a little bit, so I don't mind taking a little bit of profit and then just moving on to something else. But I like that. That's a great idea, though. As long as you get out where you entered and you don't let it go down to your stop. You know what turned out to be not a bad little trade from the option scanner? I'm not saying it was like right up, but the FNKO option scanner came in at 1031, 2026. It's at 2054 right now. I mean, it's choppy. Don't get me wrong, it was choppy, but in this sort of a market, and it's also showing up on the gap up and go. So that's a gap, little gap up and a go. I want to see something here. Gap up and go. TRD, are you talking about Andy? Oh yeah, he's way more of a swing trader than I am. But again, I pose the question, what to swing? Yeah, Funko, Funko, Funko. All right, AMBP, are you going to take out that 695 and start to cascade your way down, or this is not really following the market? All right, inch by inch, as I like to say. Nothing dramatic yet. Yeah, Mookie, you know what? I mean, the problem with being in a room like this, of course, is that you see all sorts of different ideas, and somebody posts something, and the stock is ripping, and you think, oh man, I should be in this one, and maybe I can dabble in it, and it's not really part of your trading plan, but it just looks too good, to resist, and that can be a problem, when you're in a trading room where there are all sorts of different ideas thrown around. And of course, I have to do that because I have to try to keep things interesting. If I showed you what I really just look at, you'd be bored to death. Okay. But I mean, I do see, but I will take the odd flyer, but I have to keep the room interesting. Otherwise, it'd be just a complete, I wouldn't be talking for half an hour. Yeah, there's a VWAP going off the CFVI, no question. All right, guys, I'm just actually just waiting on this AMBP to see if it really wants to take out that 695. I think if it does that, it might have a ways to go down, but you can just see right there, it's just struggling to get through this. But if it can do that, there's my fantasy area down here, 670-ish. So for instance, I think I've got a 5-cent stop on the AMBP. And so it's got to get down to 693 for a 1 for 2. Now, so if it pops back up to 703, I'll get out. I'll just get out. Wow, Funko, guys, FNKO, another little move here. All right, the SIDU, SIDU. Don't lose sight of it. What might happen, I'm not saying it's going to, but what might happen is in fact, I must have just triggered briefly. I'm sticking a price alert around 332 for SIDU. You can see what's happening. It's basing, just around that 3 level. If we get some volume that pops it through these highs right over here, there's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 15-minute candles all around the same high. If we get some volume that pops it through that level, it may have another run. Traders are of course going to be looking at this one. They're remembering that it had the fantastic run from 2 all the way up to 4 something, 450 or so. And again, in the face of what the market was doing. And I think, what did it get up to? So you can see the high right there is 439, and it got just a little bit above that high. got up to 450. But there's that high right there that kind of stalled it. Well, the market is sort of snoozing here. Here's another one, guys. Another gap down in reverse, the METX. I saw this one in the pre-market. It was really getting clobbered here. Got all the way down to $1.60, and what a bounce. And this really bounced almost on its own. I mean, the market helped, of course, but it didn't really have any major pullbacks, METX. And of course, it still has room, 318. I'm not saying to buy it, but I mean, we're seeing a lot of patterns that look like this today. MEDX continues to move here. Volume coming in, METX. Again, this is just from my gap continuation or reverse. So there's the gap down and reverse. This is the gap up and go. Funko still, a decent play. I mean, it's just hanging in here. And one of the things I learned also is okay, a couple things. Don't trade out of boredom. But the other thing, don't get out of a trade because of boredom. For instance, and that's just me, of course. I mean, you guys got to do what you're going to do, but the AMBP. So I'm in at 703 in the short. It's snoozing right now, right? It's doing nothing. I could say to myself, get out. But even though I'm only like 3 or 4 cents to the good, why would I do that? Even though this is boring, 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 because you never know, out of nowhere, all of a sudden, people say, the heck with it, I'm selling, and boom, it drops. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but as long as even if it's modestly positive in a trade, I never get out of a trade because of boredom, even if I don't think it's doing anything, as long as I am modestly positive. Now, the difference would be if, I'm in at 703 and it goes up to 705 and it just kind of hangs there. Even my stop, it's a little bit below my stop. Then I may get out of the trade. If I'm not, and again, that's how I trade. But I used to say, get out of this. It's not going to move. And a minute later, boom, all of a sudden, the rug gets pulled. And I'm not saying it's going to happen in this one. I'm just saying it's happened to me so many times. So I just train myself not to get out of a trade just because it's kind of boring. As long as I'm a little bit positive. We're having some YouTube, some Bluetooth issues today. Hmm. All right, one more time. Hey guys, I'm gonna put myself on mute just for a minute here, trying to get this Bluetooth issue solved. All right, we're back. You know, guys, the SIDU is getting a little bit frisky. Highly technical term, but getting a little bit frisky here. Only because of what happened earlier, okay? I don't know. I can read the news. It doesn't really interest me, but it's just a matter of what happened earlier. I mean, and this got up to 450 or so. Band of Brothers. Look at Band. Band is on the way down. And what do we have here? 22 could hold it. So there's an interesting area. If it gets close to 22, maybe it bounces off that. Though, look what's happening with the market. So again, a bounce, even though that looks like it should be decent support. That looks like the lows. That looks like the all-time lows also. Look at that, 2.3. Yeah, that looks like this is the all-time low for Band. What did the PEPG do? Well, not terribly, considering the IPO was at 12, not terribly. I do have an alert set up here, 1563. Yeah, never know. Maybe it takes it out later. And I did see that the BLCO opened. So it opened, the IPO price was, I know they had downgraded it, not downgraded it, but I know it was supposed to be between 21 and 24, I think. And then this morning I read around 18. So, I guess it's not too bad. They didn't just completely and utterly sell off. Boy, I wish I had paid a little more attention to this at CFLT. This I shorted this one, did okay on it. And then it just reversed. And this was an all-time low down here, and it just reversed. It's an earnings play. I have an alert set for Corsair. Don't think it's triggered yet. Yeah, see, well, I guess it triggered mildly. This is too narrow range. Meanwhile, Dish has been, and Funko is making another new high, guys. FNKO just making another new high. I mean, it fell quite a bit from its after hours 21, got down to 18, but it has recovered a lot. But Dish keeps making a new low. The Dish network. Another one that's been pretty steady all day is his BRBR. I mean, it's had a little bit of a pullback here, but another one, BRBR. It's another earnings play, BRBR. See what I mean, guys? I mean, anybody hear of this one before? I'm not saying nobody, but soybean farming. And you get these companies that come out of nowhere that most people have not heard about, and 15% move. Well, we're definitely getting into a choppy time of the day. I mean, we had a nice hour-and-a-half run, move down, move up, now another move down. So we're definitely getting into a bit of a choppy part of the day. I'm keeping an eye on that SIDU in case it just accelerates through on volume, always on volume. And if you ask me how much volume, it's not how much, it's in relation to the previous candles. That's the only reason I really have a 2-minute candle or a 2-minute chart up, just to kind of see if we get these little volume bursts on the 2, which can of course lead to on the 5 and then eventually the 15. But there's nothing I'd want that. I'd want something that looks like that. Not that color, of course, but something that looks like that that's going to try to pop it through. Otherwise, you can get just whipped out so many times by thinking something is breaking a certain price level that looks good on a chart, and then it just falls right back down again because there's just no volume to sustain the move. This is one that I would short. This one, made a little bit of money on it, but now it is really moving down. Relay is a little bit choppy though. And that was from the gap down, and that was from the gap up and reverse. Here it is, gap up and reverse. And the thing is, most of these are all earnings plays, and that's the thing. I usually retire this gap continuation or reverse scanner once we're out of earnings season, because you just don't have those sort of dynamic moves. So I think one more week, next week, should still be pretty good. Yeah, I heard, by the way, I heard Andy's comment about my watch list and the SIDU. He was talking about that in the YouTube room. Of course, the problem with this is that, I have a 15-minute delay on all of these. You won't see anything. And that's to try to let the market settle down a bit, or the trade, these stocks settle down a bit. So the only way this gets triggered was at the high of the day, which unfortunately was already after a huge move. Would have been better, of course, if it had just sort of chopped around a little bit and then 15 minutes after the open started making new highs. But obviously I can't control that. But that's why, if you want, you can always take these things earlier. Look at the, I mean, there it is. Is that right? Yeah, you can always take them. You can take them. Actually, this is not right. This can't be right. The first alert for this one at 11:13. But at any rate, this will show you the things that are in the watch list right off the bat, and then it's up to you. I like to wait, but sometimes, you're going to get a very, I don't want to call it a late alert. I mean, this is what the scan is designed to do, is to delay for 15 minutes. If all that makes sense. Yeah, it hasn't been easy. I mean, the Funko has not been easy. I mean, it's been, again, it's one of those ones in which you would have had to take a pretty wide stop, fewer shares, wider stop, in order to keep in the trade. And that may not be part of your trading plan. Go to it, Dak. Remember, my golfing days are way behind me, but I was a big golfer a long time ago. Ah, the 10th hole. Okay. How can you scan for ETF strength, sector ETF strength? Well, I mean, we do have, I mean, I don't do that, but let me take a look at the doc channel bar. And one of the ETF racing, okay, you can check this one out. Okay, you can check this one out. I mean, this is really diving into a lot of the sectors. Okay, Nathne. So you can see the ones that are, near the top versus the ones near the low. So that's from the ETF. It's called the ETF Racing, and you can check that out. Again, I'm certainly not an expert on ETFs, okay, but at least this is showing the ones that are, if you sorted on the position in the day's range. I mean, some of these are crazy, but you'll see the ones that are at the top of the range today. Yeah, some of these are pretty crazy. If you just want the major sectors, then you can kind of run the race, I suppose, and see what sector is starting to move, once you start the race. No, no, Dave, we're not doing it anymore. The other thing is, yeah, so That's the limit of my knowledge on sectors, Nathaniel. I mean, you can take a look at this. You can watch the race and see what's starting to move. We have yeah, we don't really have a heat map. I thought we had a heat map somewhere. That's the best I can do for you. You might want to. One of the other traders may have something that you want. So if you click on support, give you the email support at trade-ideas.com. Somebody may have something, maybe a compare count window, comparing the ETFs. Now, Nathan, I don't know if you can hear me. I remember last time you were asking me a question and you could not hear me. So I don't know if you've heard me at all. Whoa, look at this one, guys, go. I know you see this one, Zach and all. Look at this one go. RADI, Radius Global Infrastructure. Ooh, this is shortable also for me. And we see some news, Mull options, including a sale. Okay, so they're looking at strategic alternatives, as they call them, including maybe an outright sale of the company. And that is RDAI. And so, wow, what a $2 pop just like that. And looking left, the next high looking left is 13.95. So it's basically there. Yeah, 13.90. Let's put an alert. I'll be in a little. I'll put it at 13.80. And you'd have to put a stop. Certainly no high, no more than the high of the day if you're going to do something like this, in my opinion. Okay. It was too quick. So this is not for everybody, guys. Okay, these are very, very tricky. Very tricky if you're new. I mean, it looks awesome if it works, but this is what I'm talking about. This may not meet anybody's trading plan, but you're looking at this. You've got a nice little trading plan going, and you're looking at this. Oh yeah, man, I'd love to maybe do this, and then it doesn't work. You lose some money. And look at this. So very glad I did not do that. I know it triggered, but it popped right up immediately. And that's why these can be really, 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 really tricky, and you can get really hurt. Now the next high looking left is what is it? 1454. So it's above that one, and then the one after that. I wonder why they're trying to sell themselves. I mean, they're not like they're that much in the tank. Of course, all Zach is saying is great, higher price, more to make on the short, as is William. Wow, look at this one, RVMD. RVMD is an earnings play. Well, no, it's on the 9th. It's an earnings play on the 9th. Basically an all-time low. Look at this. It's basically an all-time low, RVMD. On the way down. Well, I'm looking at a Interactive Brokers 15-minute chart. It's red eye. It looks like it's right at the top of a channel, but it is still surging here. Look at this. Surging, surging, surging. So this is what I'm talking about. I mean, this came on Zach Scan. So the first time it came on was at 1334. You might go, wow, okay, maybe then. Okay, 1390. Well, maybe then. Maybe 1397. Maybe 1421. Maybe 1470. These are very, very, very hard. Okay. Yeah. At some point, is this gonna drop? Of course, of course. But very tricky trying to find a top, in my opinion. But as Zach said, wait for a 1390. I don't know if he took it. I mean, it barely broke 1390. And I was set to take it. I have to admit, I was set to take it. But just as I was set to take it, it popped up. So I said, okay, let's wait. I mean, it looks like it wants to bottom now. I mean, at 1524, there was a big topping tail there. It looks like it, but I mean, it's still, maybe at 15 rejects it again. Well, moment of truth here, really. I mean, if it doesn't take out 1489 again, it might have to drop. All right. Well, yes. Okay. So that was I mean, that was such a key level, not taking out 1489 again, and really, really challenging the 15, which it didn't again. I don't, but I've just scalped this. I mean, I don't have any faith that it's just going to capitulate all the way down to 13, but let's just see what happens after this. So I'll have a little bit left just in case it does, but again, keeping an eye on the AMBP, which is, well, you know what, is at that 695 level. Just wanting to see if it, Well, let me put an alert down around 14 for the RADI. Meanwhile, BRBR guys, wow, just really strong. Bellring Brands, soybean farming. Okay, so okay, I'm not sure what's going on here. We still have it listed as a SPAC. I mean, this cannot be a SPAC. It's an earnings play, so I don't know why we've got this listed as a SPAC. Well, it says operates as a SPAC. I don't have the time, but I'd have to read a little bit more on this. As I mean, this is not behavior. I mean, SPACs don't have earnings. Yeah, so Nathaniel, sorry, I'm probably not the one. Yeah, there may be somebody, one of the other traders, they maybe have something regarding sectors in a little more detail than are in those two channels, but okay, well, Rabii, not a bad little end of the day trade. I mean, I don't have as much left, but I have enough that if, it keeps going down the way Zach thinks it might, it would be pretty good. Boy, guys, the SIDU, but I don't think there's any volume. I don't think there's really not that volume burst. Look at the 2-minute chart. Do you see anything that's really standing out? No. You'd like to see something probably at least like that, more like that. I'm not talking about the color, of course, but I want to see a nice big blue volume bar that just accelerates it through and see if that gets it really running. I'm just trying to get a handle on this bell ring. It is a company now. I mean, it truly is a company. And it looks like it is in the soy. Well, it's a soybean. We compete in a large and growing convenient nutrition category, ready to drink and ready to mix segments. So this is definitely not a SPAC. So Jounce was a gap up and reversing now. Gap up and reversing, a little too late for me. Would have been nice. I probably would have seen it here around the 560 mark, but got distracted a little bit. But that's a nice reversal now for JNCE, Jounce Therapeutics. It's not an earnings play. I mean, must have had some news in the pre-market. I'm trying to see if I have this one even listed down here. I know I saw it in the pre-market, but see if I had any news. Ah, okay. It's one of these analysts who are deciding to put a really lofty price target on it. So that was the news. I did see it, but I didn't really examine it closely enough. I wish I had just a little bit more. So Raymond James has upgraded the stock from outperform to strong buy, raising its price target from 15 to 20. So that was why Jounce took the bounce, the Jounce bounce. Meanwhile, yeah, the market is just, well, at least they're not giant red candles. That's, I guess we can somewhat be thankful for that. That's a big area to try to hold is 409, I think. Because, it pulled back there, popped up, it's pulling back. If it breaks down through here, that could be it again. Okay, Radii, are you going to, oops. Well, this could really get rocking here if it takes out this area right here around 1420. See, guys, look at the SIDU. Didn't it look really, really, really tempting right there? But look at the volume. Nothing spectacular. I mean, overall volume is unbelievable. 671 times normal. 84 million, 6.5 in the float. But we're not looking at the overall volume. What we're looking at is any sort of a volume surge, and we're just not seeing it. Keeps you out of a lot of trades if you just keep track of something like that. And you don't have to stare at the chart. I decided to take a look just to sort of point out, but you don't have to stare at the chart. You just set a price alert. Okay. And if you get the alert, then you check, did that alert happen on volume? And it keeps saying no, no, no. All right, guys. Well, here's maybe our answer. Maybe. All right, good for me, guys. Touch 14, just touched around 14. I'm not going to, I know Zach said maybe 13 something, but I'm out, gone, goodbye. And that's for the rate, the RADI. I'm just keeping, trying to hold on to the AMBP in case it really drops. So that's it for me in terms of what I'm in right now. Entry was, I think, 14, around 1480. 1480 was just underneath that 15. I took some out around 1450 and I've taken the rest out just around here, but I took the majority of out around that 1450 mark. Just held on to a little bit just in case it did the crazy. It went down all the way down to 12. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Shorted. Absolutely. Yeah, we're always trying to short these tops, okay? Not always, but I mean we're looking that's the idea. Well, I mean, something that goes up so quickly usually will have a fall at some point. So you look at the press release it had, okay, they're looking to put themselves up for sale perhaps. So, I mean, it's tricky. It is tricky. But I mean, you got extremely parabolic. So for me, when it broke down underneath 15 again, got over 15, broke down under 15, that candle right there got up to 1491, could not get over 15 again. So I thought, okay, I'll take this short, probably put about a 15 stop on it. So a pretty tight stop. So I would know I'm wrong almost immediately and then just let it work, see if it worked. Yeah, so I mean, this is not an easy trade. Mean reversions are not easy. Okay, topping, playing the stocks that you think might have topped out to short, or the reverse bounces. They're not easy. If you're new to trading, I would forget about it. For instance, we were looking at it here. There was the first. This is a scan that put together by Zach in the room. So you look at it here. We had the first alert at 1334. Now that in theory is where, you might start looking at a top, but then it popped up to 1390, then to 1397, then to 1421, then to 1470. And what did I get up to? 15 something. So, you might be saying, well, is it now? 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 And if you'd picked any one of these, you would have been, it wouldn't have worked. So that's why, these are very, very tricky for new traders. They're tricky for myself. Well, how do I know when? I mean, I made an educated guess. I'm a whole number person. So when it broke under the whole number, I thought, okay, it was an educated guess. I mean, a big topping tail up here. Remember what these tails mean, these topping tails. At one point, the buyers had this this stock all the way up to 1530, and the sellers knocked it down to 1428 here. Okay. And then, well, this is better. This on this 5 minute had it up to 1526, and the sellers knocked it down. The buyers tried one more time briefly, the next candle, but the sellers looked like they were taking charge. And so, I said, okay, I'll take it around the 1480 mark. If it hits 15 again, I'm out. And I'm just out. But it's not easy. If you're new to trading, it's not easy. You know, because when you say, how did I know to do it? Could have just as easily reversed on me and gone through 15. I would have been out. I had to stop. You know, I'm not crazy. I'm not going to hold on to it. And, you know, as it hits 20 or something. Few years. I've had trade ideas since 2010. Started as a subscriber just like anybody else. A few years, not 2 years. No, not 2 years. I say I've had trade ideas since the program since 2010. Okay, but I started out as a subscriber. I'd been trading before that, but didn't really have a program until I got trade ideas that really helped me zero in on finding the stuff that I probably would be interested in. Well, like on TRD, on that one, you know, I took some profit almost immediately, you know, and then I held on to a little bit, and then I got rid. So I know I'm not usually an all or nothing. You know, the question was, do I get out of my entire position the first time? No. Well, since it's a Friday afternoon, and maybe not a lot is happening, but I'll tell you how I found trade ideas. It's kind of, I find it's kind of amusing. So I had been in this other trading room. I always like being in a trading room because it's kind of lonely trading completely on your own. So I kind of like being in a trading room. Now that was a trading room, it was just text only. And the person who was running the trading room kept putting in these, and it was obviously paste, copy, and pasted. You know, RDAI running up half a cent in 3 seconds, and kept pasting stuff like that in. I said, "Where are you getting this information from?" And she said it was trade ideas. I was like, okay, trade ideas. Okay, great. These are trade ideas. Okay, fine. And then it came to light that this was. She said, "Well, I've got not Scotia Trade, Scott Trade, and it's trade ideas in Scott Trade." Now, for those of you who go back far enough, you know that Scott Trade used to have a version of trade ideas, not unlike E-Trade had a version of trade ideas embedded. But I still didn't understand. I thought she was talking about this was a program within Scott Trade called Trade Ideas. That's what maybe they called their little scanner. Had no idea that it could be a separate scanner. Eventually, it's probably 2008, probably a year of listening to this person talk about this, and eventually, I think the person said, "Well, no, I think you can actually buy it." So I typed in trade ideas, and lo and behold, I found it. And that was in 2010. And when I found it, I said, how crazy was I not to have had this for probably 6 months anyway, of having this person kept saying, these are trade ideas. So that's how I did it. And I looked at it and immediately I knew that this was the program for me. Yeah, then I pestered, I didn't know anybody at Trade Ideas, and I just pestered them. I said, you know, you guys should have a trading room, you know, for Trade Ideas subscribers. And I pestered them probably for 2 years. Okay, guys, this SIDU is, yeah, just not, I'd like to see a lot more volume, but and finally they said, okay, we'll give you something. And they used to have a forum. I think it's still well, it's not active. I think they still have it, but you know, nobody posts there for years. So they gave me a little subset of it so we could actually just post stuff. But it was real time, and people, you know, I had about 2 people in the room. I think Real was there. That was about it. And then after a couple of years, it was just running as a text-based, and it was starting to grow a little bit, And then the magic year of 2015, they asked me, how would you like to maybe share your screen and get live on a mic? I said, sure, never having done it before, but sure, why not? And so in October of 2015, this the start of my doing what I'm doing. That's when it really got rolling. But again, I was just a subscriber. Well, this room has been like this since 2015. That's what I mean. Okay, is this it? Is this it? Man, I mean, the volume is starting to pick up a little bit on the SIDU. Thank you, appreciate that. My namesake. Look at this, guys. Look at this. SPY just took out that level down here. Doesn't look good. Ominous, ominous. I'd be really reluctant to even, take even this thing. Though in theory, it should kind of trade on its own. It shouldn't care too much about what the market's doing. It's so little. Yeah, Dave, that's it. So I have a question in our YouTube room about when we may have access to TD Ameritrade with Brokerage Plus. Listen, I find it highly embarrassing that we keep saying, there's some website you can go to that says TD Ameritrade coming soon. It's not coming soon. We keep asking them to get rid of that. It's an API issue. It's not that we don't want to. It's not that we'd like to have every single broker. Though you could use, if you wanted to use this window that we call Brokerage Plus, but I've given up. So there's no estimate. It may happen, it may never happen. Sorry. Sorry for, having to be that blunt, but that's the reality. Look at this SPY, guys. That's a big uh-oh coming here. Yeah, so KH, that's something I will not be able to help you with, your SMAs. When you say they stop 15-minute, okay, so I've got an SMA. I've got two. I've got an SMA. I've got the SMA 20 and I've got the 8 EMA. So what do you mean by they stop? Yeah, I know, Dave. It's frustrating for us. I mean, we actually thought I mean, believe it or not, we had it up and running. Man, is it 2 years ago, maybe? And then they did something, and they're just not willing. You gotta have to understand, guys. I mean, IB's been pretty good with us, and E-Trade been not bad. I wouldn't call it great. These brokers don't care whether we can connect in them or not. Okay. I mean, it's not like, oh, fantastic trade ideas, can connect to us. They don't care. So it's not like we have this great working relationship with like a TDA. We talk to them and they say, okay, yeah, we see what you're saying about the API. Maybe we'll get to it. Well, right now it's tough to jump a big move on the upside. Right now, no question about that. But if the market were ripping, it depends what you mean by a big move. I mean, I couldn't, nothing set up for me in radii, okay, or radius, nothing set up for me on the long side. That was just way too quick. So you're just watching it. So yes, shorting the top made way more sense to me. because there was no, you could try to guess, is it, can I get in here? Can I get in here? Can I get in here? But you're just guessing, and obviously if you guess at 13, sure, it would have been great. You got up to 15, but no guarantee this was going to continue like this. So KH, so that is something that I don't know. I cannot really help you. Well, there was news on Rady, Michael. You've got to. By the way, Michael, are you a subscriber to Trade Ideas? I know I asked you this a few years ago and you said you weren't. Just wondering, are you actually a subscriber to Trade Ideas? There was news, okay? There was news on RADI, okay? They were talking about putting themselves up for sale. Yeah, I think you're going to have to contact support. Okay, so you're not a member of Trade Ideas. Okay, so well, when you say no news, you can't say something like that. Okay, if you have Trade Ideas, okay, it's even right here in our news tab. So I can't really help you. So when you say something like that, because what you're saying is you're just saying there's no news on RADI, and that's just not true. Okay, so you'd have to dig around. I mean, you can do a Yahoo search, but if you have Trade Ideas, we did have the news right there. There it is. Yeah, so I would contact support if that's an issue. It's not an issue for me because I don't, I just leave these. I don't sort of load charts left and right, load symbols, but not the chart itself. Okay, so there it is. Well, no, that's not well, Michael, you said no news on RADI. That was like a statement. Okay, that was a statement. If you had said, is there news on RADI? Okay, but that was like a statement. Meanwhile, in the world of boring, AMBP continues just to inch its way down. Is that right, blue collar? I don't have Thinkorswim, but all right, guys. So we're starting to get towards the end. I will again. The room will be open until 3:30 Eastern time, of course. I will probably mute myself at around 3, but I am here, so I mean, if I have to hop on the mic, I will. So one last time about going over my homepage. Actually, before I do that, just want to put in the test drive link. So if you click on the test drive link, fast approaching, May the 16th. All right, so it costs you $11.11. What does that get you? It gets you our full version, full premium version, except no auto trading. If you're looking for auto trading, you won't have it, okay? But otherwise, have access to the AI and our full version other than auto trading. And again, it will cost $11.11. That covers 10 trading days with Trade Ideas. If you sign up today, you're pre-registering. So don't ask for the data. You're not getting it until the 16th. That's what it says. It starts on the 16th. But next Friday, about an hour after the market closes, you'll have access to the program. Why is that important? Well, if you're brand new to trade ideas, if this is your first look at it, you probably should spend some time Saturday and Sunday, Saturday and or Sunday, don't mean the entire day, but to get yourself used to what it looks like, understanding what an alert window is, a topless window, what the channel bar is all about, okay? And so about an hour after the market closes on Friday, you will have access to the program. So let's just say you're doing this. The next step would be to look at my homepage. Okay, so you click on my homepage link. Well, then what I would do is you click on the homepage link. This is what you're going to see. First thing I would do, let's get started. Okay, click on that. There are 10 videos. Okay, it's going to take you about 30 minutes to go through. 10 videos here. And I mean, it starts off with the download and installation. So, I mean, do yourself a favor. And, so you do this and then your first startup and login, etc. Okay, so run through that, take you about 30 minutes. After that, then you can take a look in the education section of my homepage. And you can go to the user guide. Click on the user guide. Now, don't get overwhelmed with what you see. You don't have to learn everything, but you probably want to at least learn, what the toolbar. I mean, the toolbar is pretty simple, and the channels, all the the different theme channels, and then the alert windows and the top list windows. I mean, that probably covers all of the basics. I mean, after that, you can get into how to set a price alert on a chart, how to have a sound alert on the alert windows, things like that. But you should learn about what an alert window is, what the difference between an alert window is and a top list window. Okay, so do yourself a favor and take the time. It's a software program. Take the time to understand a little bit about it before you take the test drive. There's the getting started again. And I'll just run through this. The the daily support. So Chris will be there 3:30 to 4:30 in our YouTube room. So when I shut down the main room at 3:30, he takes over in the YouTube room. So if you want to head over there, I will put the YouTube link in before I do take off. The daily webinars, you can sign up for them all. Now, next week, we're on the Monday, Wednesday rotation. And usually it'd be the following week, we'd be on the Tuesday, Thursday rotation. But because we've got 2 weeks of a test drive, next week will be the last of the webinars for 3 weeks. So next week, it'll be Monday, Wednesday, but you can sign up for them all here. And if you're new to trading, really recommend this. It's all free. Watch the videos. What is a stock? That's what it starts. That's the first video. What is a stock? All right, so lots of information on my homepage, including, again, if you're going to take the test drive, or if you're new to trade ideas, here are my scans. So, you can take a look at my scans. I've been talking about this gap continuation or reversal scan quite a bit. These are the four: the gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. These are the four I use in the pre-market to kind of get me set, to see what is happening, like what are the movers in the pre-market. Now, just because something is moving in the pre-market a certain direction or it's moving at all doesn't necessarily mean that, it's going to continue once the market opens. But at least it gives you an idea about what the active stocks are, so it's kind of filters down those 10,000 stocks down to a manageable number. So again, I'm sharing this. So what you can, and the trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. That is a free service. The stock of the day video that I do at noon every day, that's a free service. And of course, the education. So there's a lot of information here in the Let's Get Started, my scans, education. Save my link. Save my link, then you can look at this anytime you want. Okay? Now there is a promo code. Okay, so what you have to do, John, is you have to, once you create a layout that you like, save it. Okay, you can do it two ways. So get get the scans that you want, maybe some charts, etc. Okay, and then what you do is file. You can go, if you click on save layout, that's going to save it to your computer, and you can do that. You give it a name. Now forget the default layout. Give it another name. Call it, John Jay's first layout, something like that. Something, okay. Also save it to the cloud. File, save or share to cloud. Then you click on entire, give it a name. John Jay's first layout. Save it. So now you've got it saved onto your computer and also in the cloud. Why it's important to save everything into the cloud in case somehow you delete your layout or your computer goes haywire, you need a new one, or you've got you can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want. You can only have trade ideas loaded one device at a time. But let's just say, I'm obviously working on a desktop, but I've got a laptop also. So if I bought a new laptop, I don't want to have to recreate everything from scratch. So obviously the concept of the cloud, everybody knows. You just save everything to the cloud, and then all you have to do is load the program onto your device and then load from the cloud. The other thing is, when you exit, I'm not going to do it because for whatever reason, when I click on exit, it destroys my link to Interactive Brokers. It's going to ask you, exit, it's going to ask you, want to save your layout? Something to that effect. If you say yes, when you load trade ideas again, it will load your last layout. Okay, so it won't go back. I guess the problem is you're not saving your layout. Give it another name. Okay, does that help? MRVI in the daily, where is the next area of resistance? MRVI, MRVI. It's a heck of a move, though. It's an earnings play. I didn't really see this one, and it didn't really have that much action in the pre-market. But if you look left, well, I mean, if you look left on the daily, I mean, in theory, the next high in the daily is 33.85. So, I mean, it has room in theory before it hits the next high at 33.85 in theory. Now, 33 for me, it's a psychological number, a whole number and all that, but it's not chart resistance, but that high right there could prove to be some resistance. Yeah, can't help you there, North. Sorry. I actually haven't heard that though. I mean, it depends, I suppose, what else you've got running. I mean, we've got people in this room who have Macs and use parallels, and they say it works fine. They don't see a slowdown in your system. Now, granted, it maybe I don't know what else you've got running. I mean, so I'm not really. I mean, I've never used parallels. Of course, I've always had a PC. I've never had a Mac, so it's never been an issue for me. But I know there are people in the room that have Macs and they use parallels, and they say it works okay. I don't know how that compares with, say, using AWS, Amazon Web Services, or something like that, because that is the other way to do it. I know that costs, I don't know what they charge, $30 a month or something. Ah, okay. Let me give you, this is a podcast that was done, I don't know, maybe a year ago by a couple of guys at Trade Ideas who have Macs. Yeah, Amazon Web Services, yes. And this goes over it. No, you don't have to use Amazon. I mean, obviously, I think Microsoft's got something now too. Well, a lot, Google, I mean, they're all out there, but I think Amazon Web Services is the one that I don't want to say recommend, but it's out there. But you can take a look at this podcast that was done for Mac users. You know, obviously they went over the web-based version, and then they talk about parallels or an emulation style program, and then they talk about AWS. One of the things that we as a company are doing is going to AWS as a company. The problems that we have, because people ask for this all the time, you know, we like to be able to compare previous candles and previous volume bars and things like that. And it's a real problem for us with our server-based platform. And I know things will get a lot easier once we get to everything on the cloud, onto AWS. It's going to get a lot easier for us. We'll have a lot more flexibility, but it's not, you know, it's not easy. Well, when I say not easy, it's not like flipping a switch. So this has been in the works, and you know, maybe in about 3 or 4 months, we may have finally be able to make the switch over. Whoops, sorry about that. Yeah, you're in off topic north, and sorry about that, Pepe. Yeah, you're right. Let's take all that off topic, off topic, off topic. Well, guess what, guys? AMBP is starting to work. You know, there was never a reason for me to get out of the trade out of boredom. And who knows, maybe it'll really start to give it up. I'm already at see, I'm in at 703, so on the short, of course. So I'm approximately at a 1 for 3. Okay, risk reward. Risk 5 cents. I'm up 15 cents. Nothing fabulous, but you never know. Every nickel down is another RR. I see why you saw MRVI, I guess, is that's from Zach's topping scan, I guess. JXN. Now that was a wild one a while back. What are you doing today, right now? Okay, I thought I was going to say a massive. This was an I don't. Yeah, I guess this was an IPO. I'm just going to check on our garage door. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Wow, I'm starting to see some. So the Corsair looks like it broke down, right? The Corsair broke down. Wow, too late. Too late. Corsair broke down. I had that. I mean, it may just continue down, but I just don't want to chase it. This is an earnings play that it actually went positive after being negative, but it popped up with the market. Really has held. I mean, it held pretty well, even though the market was moving down. But it's, I think the market is finally just catching up to it. Historical chat. I think there is one, Dak. I'm not sure. I think you can. Somebody said I haven't been asked that question for a long time. I think you can do something historical chat. Somebody will know. I don't. Somebody will know. That is one giant. Yeah, I think there is a way, Dak. Somebody will know. I can't remember. There's something in the gear, or haven't been asked that question for a long time. Thank you, Casa. You help him. Yeah, I think. Yeah, there is a. I suppose there's a way I could send out his transcript, but I just don't want to do that. Yeah, I don't see any news for it today. I mean, it has earnings next week, but other than that, I don't see any. I don't. Other than, well, I mean, the market. I mean, just look at the market. So I think it's just now starting to react to the market more than anything. I don't think there's anything specific to it other than, this market is just tanking again. It must be one of your gears that you can. I don't know. I don't. But I admit this is a little more devastating than just what this is doing. But I just think it's just the overall market. Nothing specific to it. So there's a gear and it says type your search. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't know where. Anyway, Dak, you got enough to do than to read transcripts of chats the previous day. Oh man, another one. I mean, here it is again, TARS. I mean, another new low. This was just devastating. I mean, back here, I mean, what a just short. 16, 17, now 11. Really. All right, so I'm going to click this. This is the gear icon you're talking about right there. And here's a search bar. A picture of a computer disk, is that it? I click on that, what happens? Oh, the chat log. Wow, you guys ever smart. It's right there. There's the chat log. You know, we don't, this is not a Trade Ideas program. This is a third party. And, you know, he ran this, how long we've had this now, 3 or 4 years? I'm not smart. I just don't know it. I sort of remember him talking about this, but you know, very rarely do people want the chat log, but there it is. Okay, Dak, you got it? Just click on that gear icon. Okay. Can you see what I'm doing? You weren't listening. Thanks. You read it every night. Well, that'll put you to sleep, Jay. Okay, you let me know when you're ready. Okay. You see the gear? Let me expand this a little bit. Okay, well, it's sort of shaded, but can you see the gear icon right there? Yes? Is that a yes? Mean yes? Okay. So now you've got the search format right here, little old style computer disk right there, right beside the sound icon and the trash. Just click on that and there's your chat log. You see how it's chat log? So there you are. Okay, just a minute, please. I think the gentleman is done. Just a minute. All right, guys, sorry about that. I had to leave abruptly. Just give me a moment as I get my headset back on. Okay. So, Dak, you get all that? All right, guys, let me see if anything interesting is happening other than market falling. What time is it now? Wow, 2:43. Wow, just seeing so many stocks just getting trashed, getting towards lifetime lows. If you remember, what, a couple of years ago, just after the pandemic, and then when everything started running, many things started running, not everything, we were just seeing so many stocks at all-time highs. And now we're just seeing the flip. So many stocks at all-time lows. You know, here's one for some reason, telephone apparatus manufacturing, Adtran. For whatever reason, had earnings on the 4th. I guess it's a continuation. Ugh, I wish I still were in that relay. It was just a little too whippy for me to hang on. Funko, did it break through 20, really? FNKO, did it break through? Yeah, it did. Definitely had a good day. I mean, a little bit choppy, no question, as Real pointed out. You have 50-cent swing, so it all depends on, where your stop is. So wider stop, fewer shares, keeps you in the trade longer. What is next week going to bring? Okay, Daniel. Well, actually, yeah, I don't talk about external linking enough, I suppose, but external linking is a big time saver. Okay, so yes, we have this Brokerage Plus platform here, platform option. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, yes, you can use this window to trade. But for instance, I don't use this window to trade. I mean, I use it to maybe demonstrate. In fact, where did it go? There was a trade here. But anyway, I try to use it to demonstrate how you can take simulated trades, etc. But I actually trade from within my IB account. Okay, I don't trade using this. So we have an external linking tool. And what that does is, with most brokers, it allows you to link to the broker so that when you click on an alert, it will load into your order entry into your broker's platform. And then from there, you trade. So it's a great time saver. So Daniel, that's what it does, okay? And I know that we do link with Webull. Okay, and it's a matter of some experimentation sometimes. And as I said before, these platforms don't care whether we can link with them or not. So a lot of times it's a little bit of trial and error to see where the link should be. But you know, you add a link and then you just follow the instructions. Sometimes it's putting it into the order entry in your platform. Sometimes it's putting it on a chart. But I know the question was asked a while back. Can we link with Webull? And the answer is yes. So that's what it does. It's just a time saver. Yep, Thinkorswim, the same thing. You can link, again, it's a time saver. Not using this window to trade, but it's just a time saver. Yeah, no, it's not going to execute the order. No, 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 no. The only way you can do something like that is if you have an IB, Interactive Brokers, or E-Trade account. But listen, don't discount the power of our external linking. It's a great time saver. I mean, if you're like me, I mean, I'm clicking on lots of symbols all day long. It would be a real drag if I had to type the symbol in to my order entry, because why I want to see it, it's not because I necessarily want to trade it. I'm looking at my time and sales. Okay, I'm looking at my time and sales in Interactive Brokers to see what's happening. Okay, so it's not that obviously every symbol that I click on, it's not because I want to trade it right now, but it would be a real pain if I had to type the symbol in all day long. So that's what it does. Okay, Daniel, make sense? Pepe, you're here. I actually asked you a question before and you weren't around. Let me see if I can duplicate it. You're my yeah. Okay. Oh, you had me muted. Okay. So this is the deal. I've got my gap continuation or reverse scanner. Before I wanted it to set up the sound. I kind of like that little melodic beep, that Windows has now. But it was destroyed. Okay, and it was working yesterday, no problem. I've checked other things. Can I get a sound on it? Yes. If I use my custom sound, I can select, which I did. So I do get a sound. For some reason, the computer sound is not coming through. So there's your challenge. And I have I know enough about this stuff, I guess, to open my volume mixer and to make sure that, all this is my system sounds are up. So kind of baffles me why it will not play here. Say not a big deal, but I actually like that muted sound. Yeah, I'm on 11. It shouldn't matter though. It really shouldn't matter, should it? Anyway, it's not a big deal. I just changed it to another sound, but yeah, Daniel, that's correct. So if you get an alert in Trade Ideas, you click on it and it will load into your your Webull, Webush. It'll load into your Webull platform, but then you have to trade it from within the platform. Yes. It's just a time saver. If you're only looking at 2 or 3 trades a day, well, then it's not a big deal. But if you're, fairly active at clicking on alerts all day long, it's just a big time saver to not have to type the symbol in. But it will not trade. No, it will not automatically trade. No. Have I? But remember, you get something that's triggered. It doesn't mean an automatic. You still have to click on the alert. Even within Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, you always have to click on the alert unless, well, I don't want to get into auto trading, which I don't agree with, but so you always have to click on the alert. In here, you see now it's in here. Now I could trade it if I were attached to my IB or E-Trade account. Okay, so if you're an active trader, then you will definitely want to use the external linking feature because it's one of the reasons why I didn't take IB and Interactive Brokers until I think 2016 because the linking was horrible. So I'm a Canadian, so I had Questrade, which is okay, and it linked well. Questrade has limitations usually in the number of shares you can or shares that you can short or stocks that you can short. And so the minute IB became available and the linking was fixed because it was awful to try to link with before, I just switched over to IB. Good. I'm glad you're too dumb to auto trade. Me too. Me too. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Believe me, if I thought auto trading was the answer, I'd do it. All right, guys, it is now 2:54, so I think I'll put myself on mute. Again, I'm mute. Unmute. I am here, but so if I have to hop on the mic, I will. I'll keep the room open until 3:30. Okay, and just before I shut the room down, the main room down, I'll put the YouTube link in. So if you want to head over to YouTube to listen to Chris between 3:30 and 4:30, you are more than welcome to do that. So I'll put myself on mute now. So this reversal thing that you guys are speaking about with Thinkorswim, what exactly does it do? I'm not sure I completely understand what the concept is. And if so, does IB have it? You guys, some who have IB, what does it do? And why is it special? I think I'd heard you mention that one previously too, not just today. Turns the chart upside down. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out after why that would be interesting to me. So it just turns the chart upside down. Oh, I see, I see, I see. Okay, okay, okay. Okay. I guess that is interesting. Well, you just buy the fraction, TRD. I mean, I haven't done it before, but you just buy it. You just do it. How it works. I mean, so you want to buy half a share. I'm not going to do it, but I guess you just put in the quantity 0.5 or 0.1 or whatever you want to do instead of one share of Amazon. Yeah, I think that's all you do, TRD. I think you just put in your fraction and hit the buy and see what happens. I'm sure that's all it is. I don't think there's anything more to it than that. Somebody was asking how to buy fractions of shares in IB, like for buying Amazon or some very expensive stock. So guys, next week I'm going to test something here a little bit. You know, Steve Gomez, those of you who know Steve, talks a lot about the 10 SMA and the 15-minute chart. Okay, so you know, and his whole thing is staying in the trade until it's broken one way or the other, and also identifying a potential trade. So I mean, again, I'm looking at Dish. You can see that that this is the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. You see that Dish at the beginning of the day, that's the 9:30 candle, got into it, and then it fell. And then if you look all day, other than right here where it got close to breaking it, you, in theory, could have stayed in this trade all day, all day. It touched it here, but did not break through. You, in theory, could have stayed in this trade all day and not worry about all these little gyrations until it actually broke. So I am actually going to follow this a little bit more next week to see what sort of, kind of see what sort of, well, see if it works as well. Not, I'm sure not every single one is going to work like this. Well, and listen, working does not mean that it never ever breaks it. Of course, it just means it keeps you in the trade until it breaks. RADI, finally, as in finally, not quite your 1370, but it's coming. I admire your confidence. And the SIDU is acting up again, but is it acting up on volume? Well, there's a little bit of volume coming in. You can sort of see a little bit of volume coming in for the SIDU. Maybe setting up for a last 45-minute run, but let me just see this thing. This is the gap and pullback 10 SMA. Ooh, what time are these though? What? Only two? Ah, good. Okay, I've got this thing. I'm going to try this. So this is, see if this is right. Load from cloud. Life on the fast line. Okay. How is this going to work like that? 5-minute low. Change from the period on the 5-minute chart. Why not the 15? Okay, just a second. All right, I'm going to change this to a 15 instead of the 5. I'm just talking with Steve Gomez, okay? And this is the, so I'm going to change this. Where are we here now? Okay, let me make sure I do have the change from 15. That's why. Oh, no, right here. Change from. All right, so I'm going to change that one. I'm going to put the same values in. But what I'm trying to do are find stocks that are near that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. That's what I'm trying to do. And I can flip this. Now, what else we got here? So I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to figure out these ones, see if this makes any difference at all. But so these, okay, so these are the ones that are jamming down to it. So all I have to do is flip this. So this one, I'm kind of talking to myself, I know, but this one then is for the long side. So I'm going to just rename this. Okay. And then, so 15-minute SMA scam long. I'm going to duplicate the window. And configure, and I'm going to flip. I think really only this is going to be flipped. No, there's some other things that are flipped. Okay. And now this is short. Basically just seeing things that are around that, the 10 SMA and the 15-minute chart. That's what I'm trying to do. Okay. Yeah, I'll run those next week and see what happens. All right, guys, it is now 3:24, so I'm going to put the link in. For YouTube. So if you guys want to head over there, Chris will be there probably about 5 minutes. I'll put the YouTube link in.
I am here now, Mr. Barry.
Find it.
Testing, testing. Can you all hear me?
It's probably not any different.
Oh, Barry.
Steve Gomez has been, he's been hammering at that 10 SMA idea for a long time. Okay. So that's why only on the 15-minute chart do I have it, that blue line. That's the only, that's the 10 SMA. And he's been hammering at that for a long time. So I thought, you know what? He's got a lot of experience. So I thought, okay, I'll see what it looks like. So I put this 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, I think last week. I think when he was doing his deal last week in YouTube, I was listening to him and I started chatting to him about it. And he suggested, well, why don't you just put it on and see what it looks like? Okay. Yeah, exactly. I mean, whether it's a 9 EMA or a 10 SMA, it probably doesn't matter that much, but he's been using the 10 SMA. And if it worked like this, we'd all be gazillionaires. Yeah, Omni, sure. I can share it with you, them both with you. Now, you should make some changes. I haven't done any, I haven't got any price ranges or minimum volumes probably, but the concept is to have that 10 SMA right around the, yeah, on the 15-minute chart, right around it. So that's the concept, but so the first one I'm putting in here is the long. And the second one is the short. Ooh, wait a minute. I wonder if I have the site on mute. Just a minute. Do I have the site on mute? I do not have the site on mute, Chris. I can't hear you.
Can anybody else in YouTube hear me?
I wonder why. I wonder why.
Interesting. Well, I'm just gonna steal the controls.
Oh, well, so you guys can hear me. Okay, okay, Sam. I'll stop. Just tell him that I can't hear him for some reason, and I'll stop now. So thank you. Thank you, Chris. I'll stop right now. Just tell him that.
All right, that's odd. Barry couldn't hear me. You can. I'm not sure why. But have a good one, Barry. I came a couple of minutes early to try to relieve him, maybe get a couple of minutes of market talk with him. Anywho, that's that. And so, what was I going to say? I had a thought, but I lost it. That's all right. I have lots of thoughts that I lose. So, anywho, happy Friday, everybody. Just in case anybody thought, after Wednesday's decision, that crazy 14-point move up yesterday, that day, and then yesterday's big quote unquote sell off, and not really all that down on the week now, even with today's sell off again. So, not that I'm saying, oh yeah, the bottom's in, or things are looking up or anything like that. It's just when these wild moves happen, it makes things seem a lot different than they really are. Yeah, go ahead, send it over, Sam. I'll keep an eye out for it. But anyways, so pull up a quick SPY chart here. I was on Twitter making fun of a whole bunch of people. I keep seeing these things, oh, this do or die level for the SPY. This I've heard, do or die level at 457. Wherever 450, that's around 457, and then 440, and 430, and 420, and 415, and 411, and 410. I don't even know why someone's saying 411 was a do or die level for the SPY. So I drew all those lines on chart and then posted it on Twitter and asked if anybody else has any other do or die levels for us. I think we just maintain that we're going lower for now. Are we gonna have the big capitulation sell-off? I don't know. You don't know. Nobody knows. Or are we just gonna have the most demoralizing grinding and pounding, and every time the buyers come in, the dip buyers come in, we just sell it off again? Yeah, technology. When we had our marketing meeting yesterday, Barry asked me a question. I started to answer and just kept talking and talking and talking. And apparently he couldn't hear a word that I said. And he goes, "Oh, my Bluetooth wasn't plugged in," or I don't know what what was going on. So,
Oh, I know what's
and Barry was still not muted there, and I can hear him. I just muted him now. Oh, he's too funny. So I don't know, all these technologies, and all of a sudden a driver doesn't work on something out of nowhere, and everything else is, looks like it's working. And um, like I said, for all the modern tech, like I always say, for all the modern technologies that we have, you still constantly have people on their cell phones. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? 20 something years into cell phones being such a big deal in our lives. So sorry, just taking a look at this email that was sent in. So, Sam, let me know when you're back. I mean, I think I have the answer for you on this here. Actually, it would probably be better if I type that out, since if they're not here, they can't possibly hear me say that. Anyway, so that's that. Had an online conference early, got 15 minutes for presentation, saw the comment chat and realized he was on mute. Yeah. It was a Bluetooth issue again for him, and just let me know. So Bluetooth is funny like that. I use a couple different Bluetooth speakers, and the same thing kind of happens. So anywho, like I said, technology. So other than that, I don't have a whole lot of comments today on the market, other than we're in earnings seasons and all that stuff, and definitely some good things that happened out of earnings today. KD was something on my radar. As usual, something happened, took me out of it. I really wanted an entry here. That would have been a great entry. But support getting in the way of my trading. And anyways, that's what happened. So I could have paid more attention to it. It was really just me not engaging in the charts as much as I should have at that time. I also wonder sometimes if I should use sound alerts on my price alerts. I haven't had sound on in trade ideas in years, literally years. But
well, then you're not using the program to its utmost.
There he is. You know what it is?
I always tell people to use their price alerts, especially
I don't have sound on.
Well, especially okay. If you're by the way, do you mind my just popping in?
No, please.
Okay. Well, I mean, it depends. I mean, if you're always sitting at your computer, first of all, how do you use your price alerts window? Do you minimize it, or do you have it up and running?
It looks like this. So what you see on my screen right now, if you can see it, that's usually on another screen, and then on a different screen, I have this window up, and and I leave it like this.
But where are your price alerts? Where's your price alerts window?
Right here. Let me draw.
Oh, that's it. Oh, it looks very small. Oh, I see. Okay, you're right. And so you have it up and running the whole time.
Yeah.
Okay. You know what? You may want to try this, because I used to do that too. And I've got plenty of screen space, so that wasn't an issue. But what I found, Chris, is that if I minimize it, because sometimes, I mean, unless you're staring at your price alert window and you don't have a sound alert on it, you won't necessarily know that an alert has come in. So what I do now is I minimize my I minimize my price alert window. And then of course, when I get a price alert, it pops up on my screen. I can't miss it.
I see that whenever I'm sneaking in a peek at what you've got going on. I see your price alerts pop up once in a while. That's a good idea.
Oh, it's a great idea. I never used to do
Combine
that.
that.
Yeah.
Combine that with the sound. You know what it was? I was one of those, people that first subscribed to Trade Ideas, and I had 500 alert windows open, including Holly and sound for every single one of them. And then, at some point I was like, oh, I can't tell anything apart. And a bit, a ding and a bell and a mad money booyah and, whatever else was going on. I just one day decided, you know what, as I started getting rid of all my windows and, really narrowing it down, I just turned sound off completely because I was always staring at the screen. But I've been getting so involved in doing these JIRA tickets and everything else with some of these bugs that keep popping up that I put my head down, and next thing I know, I look up and 4 price alerts have gone off, and I'm like, damn, I can't believe I just missed that. So
well,
now it's time to go the other way.
Now you will never miss a price alert if you minimize that window. And the reason I put a sound on it is because, I've got a headless set. So sometimes I wander away from my computer, and I know it's got that sound that I know when I hear that, I can come racing back in. So that's why I put a sound alert on it. But if you're sitting at your computer the whole time, I guess you don't have to. But if you minimize it, it actually changed the whole way I use price alerts. Because I used to have that window up and running the entire time and kind of stare at it to see if anything was happening. Now I don't care. Set the price alert, minimize the window, boom, pops up. I know it. I know there's one.
Yeah, and it's also it's similar to what we can do with the alert windows. Go to alert window or whatever it is in the action center of
it's similar,
without stealing the focus, because that can drive someone nuts too.
Yeah, exactly.
So look, another earnings play, and another great move, NRG and energy. So look at that chart. That looks nice there on that 15-minute EMA or 15-minute chart with the 8 EMA catching it right there. Nice way to close the day right there, anybody.
So I'll let you go.
All right, you're welcome to hang out with me though, although I'm sure you've had your fill.
I've had my fill. I've had my fill. But I did want to pop in because I couldn't figure out why I couldn't hear you. And what happens is sometimes when my Bluetooth kicks out, okay, so and it's not because I've muted anything, but my Bluetooth kicks out and I've got to reset. And that I think that is what was happening. And I think sometimes when you guys take over, my Bluetooth kicks out. It seems it's too coincidental that that's when it happens. So anyway, I think I figured it out.
That's interesting. And here comes an interesting close on the SPY as well for us. So
yes,
go find yourself a late day trade and make some dinner money.
Okay, I will do. Okay, Chris, have a great weekend.
Thank you. You too.
Okay, bye-bye.
So yeah, just to look at, pointing this out here, every time we think that, count something down or count something out. And again, we got a lot of work if the bulls are ever to get back and control anything at this point. But it just, we're not going to get a clear direction one way or the other. Boy, that was a good idea from Barry, though. Minimize the price alerts window and then let it pop up like that. I'm gonna have to rework something with my layout this weekend that gives me a thought. Because for a long time I could sit here, obviously I'm working from home and I can sit and stare at my screen and so on and so forth, and that's wonderful. But I've been doing a lot of secondary work with some different things going on with the software and some other duties that have been given to me recently. And I put my head down, and next thing I know, I'm missing things. And no excuse for it. It's not one of those, oh, you cost me money because you asked me a question kind of things. It's more of a, I just need to find a better way around that or a better solution for it. And so, yeah, that's a great idea from Barry there to using that like that. And so the other thing that I was referencing with him, if nobody's familiar, if you have an alert window that doesn't get a lot of alerts, but they're, quality alerts, and you always want to make sure that that's popping in. If you go to, properties in the action center in there, we have this show alert window function. And so every time an alert happens in it, if you have that checked, it'll pop up and steal all the focus of the program to that alert window. Now, obviously, that's not something you're going to want to use if it's, sending out, 5, 6, 7 alerts, every couple of minutes or whatever it is. generally speaking, maybe somebody does want that, but for me, it would drive me out of my mind if I'm in the middle of charting something, marking something up, doing some other kind of work, and it just keeps stealing the focus of the program on me. So that's how that goes. So, oh, Sam, so if you look at that screenshot, the top list window is going to be at a time from 3 o'clock, 3:20 and 8 seconds to 3:20 and 37 seconds. And the time-stamped alert that came in that you're referencing there, that's at 3:18 and 39 seconds. So they're a couple of minutes apart in time. And so that change from open changed during that time period. So then the stock was LABG. I think it's actually an ETF, right? Yeah, that's a biotech bear ETF. So that's what happened. One is at 3:20, one's at 3:18. So you had a 2-minute span in that period, and that's why you saw the difference in the change from open, because you know the price was just updating like that. So one is time stamped to the second, 3:18 and 29 seconds, where the other one was continuously moving and updating. So that change from open is just going to stay static because it was a change from open at that exact second when it happened. No, it happens, you know. I've, you know, done all the same. Anything that anybody has done in the software in general, I'm sure I've done it. And probably more. So, all right. So, you know, it's interesting close from the SPY here. Energy, you know, XLF, I believe just made a new yearly high today, if I'm not mistaken. Or XLE, don't listen to me, XLF. XLE made a new high on the year. Yep. So made a new high on the year. Strong as hell. I remain extremely bullish this year. In fact, I put out a tweet just to mess with myself and whatever else. And like I said, anybody that knows me knows how I feel about the XOP since last January. And the reason why I remain so bullish on this is because natural gas is not going anywhere. And we're going to have to explore natural gas and get more of that out there. And, you know, it's not as bad as the rest of the hydrocarbons that are out there and all those things like that. And, you know, I know EVs and batteries and recharge and all that stuff like that, but the energy has to come from somewhere. Batteries don't make energy, they store energy. And so I think we're going to find ourselves with a lot more natural gas plants producing electricity, so on and so forth. And you know, we're going to have to explore natural gas and so on and so forth. And so I put out a tweet saying, I think, you know, this is where we're headed on natural gas or on the XOP because of natural gas exploration and so on and so forth. So, and then I tease saying, you know, that would probably mean the top is in and whatnot. So short XOP and natural gas stocks accordingly. Do you have a recording explaining the races? I haven't messed with it. The only thing I specifically have for it is I can give you from the where are you? The user's guide. So I'm just trying to find it from the user's guide here. And my computer is slow as heck. I think it's a rainy afternoon here. My daughter is unwell and with her mother today. And I think I'm going to go and start speccing out a MacBook today because I'm going to convert possibly. Michael Noss has got me possibly converting to Mac. And I think I'm going to go that direction. Start speccing some stuff out here. But anyway, stock races, copy, link address. So if anybody has any insights on MacBooks and things like that, I have 3 screens. So that's why I don't want to get a Mac Mini because I can't have 3 screens on the Mac Mini unless I go Intel, and I'm not going Intel. Yeah, actually, you know, to be honest, you know, full disclosure, my daughter tested positive for COVID. Her entire class has COVID right now, basically. She woke up with a fever yesterday and a little bit of a headache. Today, she has no fever, no headache, no anything. She's 100% bouncing off the walls. And, you know, she still has to isolate for 5 days. So, you know, it is what it is. You know, want to be on the safe side of things and all that stuff like that. So she's stuck out of school till Wednesday and all that, but that's life. Anyway, so that's what I have on stock racing. But if you want, I mean, I'm always happy to go over stock racing. I've been very big on it. It's converted me back to a lot of day trading. Now, two things have converted me back to day trading. One, the stock racing, and two, the market we're in, which is very hard to find swing positions that I have a lot of conviction in and whatnot, or, you know, my swing positions are lasting a day, 12 hours, 14, 16, 18 hours, something like that. So, no, my daughter, you know, was she, you know, does her stuff on her iPad and whatever else, but she loves painting. She loves she likes creating videos and a lot of media and stuff like that. I mean, 9 years old and sending me this. She was sending me today a whole bunch of stuff. Can you guys hear me pouring my tea by any chance? I'm just curious if this noise cancellation thing is working or not. Yeah, I drink this weird infusion tea and, you know, I pour it out of a thermos into another thing, and wondering if you can hear it while I'm doing that. Anyways, with all that said, the stock racing here. So, you know, what I find really great about it is a lot of times when I built alert windows, there wasn't an alert that I wanted to use to get the alert on the window. I had the filters. And I'm like, you know, I want to see these stocks because I think these filters are strong for the type of setup that I'm looking for. But what alert do I attach to it? Generally, I'm going to go with the 5-minute higher breaking resistance or cross above resistance, but it wasn't always getting me what I wanted. And so what the stock racing has done is I can take the filter sets that I want and then race them according to how I want to see them. So, you know, I'm racing a lot of stuff based on change from open, and that's worked out really, really well for me, to be interesting. So you can hear that, but have you folks heard me typing today too? Because the software's on. It says it's on. Normally, I'm told nobody can hear me typing. Really strange how some of this works. All right, so then the software is not working today. Even all the more interesting. What do you know? All right, with that said, so, you know, what the stock racing is doing is it's showing me, you know, this is what's moving right now. And, you know, you can race based on all these different filters. So, you know, I want to show what I've got going on in this. All right, so look, you know, I've got this. So here's how this works. This is a top list. All right, the setup here is coming from a top list. So I created this top list. All right, and I said, I'm all right, I'm thumping on my desk and I'm typing like a madman right now. So I was just doing all that. So, you know, I told this top list, I want you to find me stocks between these prices here. They got to be X amount up from the close. They have to be X amount up from, you know, X amount above the low of today's range. Here's our relative volume that we want to see on it today, and have to trade at least this many shares. And this is stuff that I'm looking for more close to the open. So at, you know, during the later parts of the day, something that's traded 175,000 shares at 2 p.m. Eastern, I'm probably not very interested in it. And this also goes back to having multiple layouts that you can load throughout the day, because what interested me at 10 o'clock this morning is probably not going to interest me at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Likely. That's not end all be all, but, you know, just generally speaking. So now I've told this top list, find me these stocks, all right? And then I said, not only find me those stocks, but I want you to sort them based on what's the strongest from the open, on the change from the open, with the biggest being at the top. All right, great. So now the top list has found those, and they're listed here like this in the race. Then I take it a step further and I tell the race, all right, I want you to take the delta value of those, meaning we already know where they're coming from, all these stocks that are on the list. Now I want you to start them even based on a change from open, and now show me what's moving on that change from open if we're basing them all even. So it's fine that one's up 10%, one's up 3%, one's up 7%, one's up 14% from the open. That's fine. But what's moving now if we started them all even based on the change from open? And that's what the race is doing essentially. And then from there, I can see what's moving. So instead of viewing a top list like this, it's a grid like this. That's great. There's a lot of data in here, all kinds of good stuff. I have no idea what's really moving right now based on what's here. And for all I know, LIT is moving like crazy, but it's so far below the rest of them, I don't see it moving up the list. There's no way for me to know that that's happening. But when the data is displayed like this and they're racing across the screen, that tells me this is actually moving right now based on what I want. And I could change that. I can do it. If we come to the configure here, I could change this to, is it, an RSI? I can race them on an RSI. Well, what 1 minute RSI is screaming north right now? Or I could do a change. Change on 2 minute percent or dollar, or I could do it. I don't know. Let's take a look. What's something else? We could do it on consecutive candles. And I could do it on 1 minute consecutive candles. What's moving the most on 1 minute consecutive candles, for example. And now I don't know that all those are great ideas, but I won't know unless I experiment with them, or you won't know unless you experiment with them. And that's where that is. Now, look, there are things about the race that I wish were different. Now, full disclosure, I love Nintendo, the old Nintendo. I have old Nintendo, old Sega, and everything set up right with my whole trading system. And there's some days where I shut down everything, at 4:30, 5 o'clock, or whatever it is, and I play half an hour video games, old 8-bit, 16-bit video games. And that's what this looks like. And I get that. And, I get all the knocks on that and whatever else. And, to quote Michael Noss, we've got fancy bar charts and whatever else. But it works for me. I've made money on it. I'm paying bills on it. I'm doing well. I'm doing better day trading now than I have in 5 years, almost 5 years of day trading than I've ever done before. So that's the short and skinny of it as far as I'm concerned. Is there more that can be done with the races? Probably. I just kind of found my niche with them and using them. And so that's what's going on there. A lot of people ask, how can I use them for swing trading? Well, I'd say find a set of swing trading filters that you're into, or a swing trading scan that you have that's been decent. And you got to keep in mind, there is almost no swing trading going on right now. Anybody that's telling you they're killing at swing trading, I want to see what they're swing trading in their P&L, to be honest, because I know very few swing traders that are able to put on positions and hold them unless they're putting on really long-term positions for whatever reasons. That's completely different than what most anybody that I'm speaking to using trade ideas is doing. My point being is, find a swing trading scan that you like with those filters, turn them into a race, figure out a filter to race them on that makes sense for swing trading, and then look at the winners. And then all of a sudden, if you see something's won 6, 7, 8 races, if you're running 5-minute races, 10-minute races, whatever it is, then look and say, well, this thing just keeps winning races based on this. Maybe I should be paying attention to this in a swing trading environment or swing trading setup, and so on and so forth. So that's some insight into some thoughts that I've had as far as using the software like that, or using this function of the software like that. And essentially, what it's done for me is it's taken topless and giving me day trading. It's almost taken a topless and making it into an alert window. Now, there's other things I wish we could do. Some kind of sound alert maybe attached to it when one car takes over another car. Heck, that's a thought that just literally popped into my head right now. And I'm going to go and say, well, let's see if we can get this as a function or something like that within the software. I don't know if it's possible. You never know till you ask. But like I said, it's worked for me. Am I day trading? Yeah, I've been doing more. I mean, I've been doing a lot more day trading recently, to be honest. A lot more day trading. Now, am I day trading every day? No, I try to be really picky and choosy. But I went from probably July of 2020 when I threw in the towel on day trading because I was not a good day trader. I went July of 2020 till January of this year, and I probably made 50 day trades in that time, if that even. And those day trades a lot of them were intended to be swing trades where, it moved up a position. I just didn't want to hand back the money for whatever reason. And it turned into a day trade instead of my original plan of swing trading. So make of that what you will. And that's how that went. That's how the whole thing went. So, give you some disclosure here today. I put on a position in VTRN today, and I'm considering closing it today, like now. I'm just a few cents above it, but I don't know if I have conviction to take this risk home. I'm probably going to, and I've only got, 3 minutes and change to decide what I actually do want to do here. But it's hard. Like, this chart here looks great, but the market doesn't look great. So that's what's hard, and kind of talking myself into taking it home now. But, looking at that as a terrible drawing, sorry. But looking at that there, we got this prior resistance right here. I'm trying to push through it. And that's what has me deciding, do I want to get out? Now, I day traded this actually a few days ago and did very nicely on it. And it came from the TI strength alerts window, not the newsletter portion that we send out. But, it's hard because, is this thing moving up because the rest of the market's moving up? Yet at the same time, the XLE is, making new yearly highs. It's got this beautiful tail on it here. It's been strong. It got drubbed yesterday, but then closed, then made this big move up, and then it made this big move back down. So it's, I'm fighting with myself right now. Do I walk away and buy a hamburger with the profits from it right now, or do I hold it through the weekend? I've talked myself into it. I'm holding it through the weekend. Daniel Tiger, yes, yeah. I mean, I can share some of these races that I'm using right here. Give me a second. I'll share them out right now. So that's it. We've decided. We're holding it. No, ME scans cannot be modified. Not as of now, right now. There's one camp within Trade Ideas that wants us to be able to give access to have them be able to be modified, or the ME just usable for, or customizable in general for users. But the problem with that is the ME is essentially just an Excel sheet that you create scans out of. And if we hand that to users and nobody can figure it out, but they want to figure it out, we do not possibly have the support to take care of that. There's just no way that we could support that. All of a sudden, 5,000 users are sending us every, oh, why can't I get the scan to work? Why can't I get the scan to work? Because it's literally all the ME does is take price and volume, and from there you have to create the indicators yourself. So that's one issue with it. Two, the server tech isn't there for us to push it out to everybody. We'll crash our servers. But what I tell everybody is this: if you have a scan that you really want built, that you think is going to be a popular scan amongst a lot of people, send us in the request, and we'll see what we can do to get the real master of the whole thing to build the scan, which is Michael Noss. He's built a ton of scans in it already. One of the reasons becoming a CMT is so that understand how to do all the math of all indicators, and then I can use the Market Explorer to build stuff too, because then it gives us two people that can do that. So, sorry, let me get those scans out to share with you folks here. I'll share a bunch of scans that are all day trading scans. Now, again, please keep in mind, it's idea generation. Nothing that I'm sharing is like, bam, you got to buy the stuff that's coming out of this. All right. But this is one. I turned my evening scan into a race. It's going to be this evening scan, more shares here. So it's got to be stocks that have traded, 500,000 shares or more. And then it has the rest of my evening scan stuff in there. So share, just copying links, copy. But the other thing that we, as a school of thought that we want to have is, what if we license the ME technology to just a few people that know how to do all that stuff, and then can build scans out, and, there's some kind of deal with us worked out between them, our subscribers, and whatever else too. Again, from now, pushing out to the server side of things for other people to be able to access it outside of Trade Ideas is just something we can't do now. Might be something we can, not might be. It'll be something we can do in the future. How we architect all that, how it all comes together, that's, those are the questions behind the scene that are all more development questions that then fold into support questions. So, all right, the first scan I shared is this one here, is this race here. I'll mark it this one with the X. So that's the first one I shared. This is the second one I shared. This one involves a bunch of customs in it. And to be honest, this hasn't been really great as of late. This has been much better, and this one has been much better. So those are the three that I'm going to share with you. Just trying to find that last one. Here we go. And this is why I clean my cloud out all the time, because I start to get so many scans in there. It's a pain in the neck to find stuff. And there's no point in me keeping stuff that I don't use. Here's this parabolic scanner that we created the other day. This one I'm going to keep because I had a bunch of people keep requesting it, and then I posted something about it on Twitter, and people keep asking for it on Twitter. So there's one version of the parabolic scanner. That one seemed to work better to find shorts. This one seemed to work better to find both shorts and longs. So it's the second version of the parabolic scanner. But these, I think, are all more day trading scans than, I'll say this actually. All of them are definitely day trading scans, except for the My Evening Scan one here. This one could go either way, I think. And it's just trying to find stocks that are looking strong over 20 days and strong on the day itself here. And that's what that's trying to find. So if you've got something that's closing strong and been strong over 20 days, that's something, you might want to look at some of those to take home. Well, SPY couldn't close it out positive today, but all the same, very interesting. So here's another one that was in the ME today for strength alerts, and really couldn't get itself going. Just set off a price alert that I had actually right now, I noticed. But energy again, and just had has earnings coming up on Monday. So it might be something you want to watch. I mean, energy, energy is the bright spot. That's it. That's really it. Some materials stocks. So I'd keep an eye. Something I've been doing is like drawing trend lines like this recently, and then a second trend line like this, trying to find things that, had a nice trend, sold off, and maybe they're picking up a new trend type of thing, for whatever that's worth. Sorry, taking a sip of tea and taking SWN. I've been watching that forever. Every time I want to make an entry in that Sam, I miss my entry on it. I should have just had some conviction a few months ago when I started seeing it, and just bought a position because it was such a cheap stock, and it stuck a $2 stop on it or so. Yep. I mean, beautiful base that this boomed out of, and it's in absolutely the right sector with natural gas. Base, but for whatever reason, I had no conviction in it, and that move was made. But we see, look, something nice happening here again, so possibly give me another shot at it. But I should have just had more conviction in it. No excuses. As Alice in Chains once said, no excuses that I know. Oh, that's a kick in the head for sure. Boom. What is Boom doing here? Here comes the Boom. Is this the one? Yeah. So this is a funny stock here. When I first started, quote unquote, investing 1 million years ago, there was trying to find these finance personalities and whatnot. And this was back when, I read a lot of news on MSNBC, and not MSNBC, MSN.com. There was this stock guy or whatever, Jim Jubeck, I think his name was, or is, assuming he's still alive. And I started tracking his stock picks and whatever else, and that was when I quickly learned don't pay attention to these people. And not to say he doesn't make money or he didn't have good picks or anything like that, but it just seemed like all the ones that I kept finding from him didn't do well. And this was one that he put this big target on and all these things like that, and the stock went on to like get beyond crushed. And it took like 15 years for it to get back to the level it was at when he was recommending it. So I've just never forgot about this one whatsoever. All right, perfect, Daniel Tiger. And again, look, if you've got a thought or an idea or something you want built, we're always happy to get a template together for you. The more complicated you're making things, the tougher it is. But we can get a template built together and get that shipped over to you via cloud and all that. Yeah, Kramer. Look, this is what I say about people in general, whether I like them or disagree with their persona that's put out there is Jim might be the greatest guy on the planet to have a burger with and shoot the breeze and all that stuff like that, for all I know. But what I do know is that he's a paid personality out there to talk a bunch of stuff, and and then that's that, so that's everything. So that's the short and skinny of life in general. I take everything with a grain of salt. I imagine at some point, someone will see, these videos that I've done, whatever else, and be like, oh, this guy's a total clown and bad calls and whatever, and that's life. I know people have a lot of hard feelings about, I haven't watched CNBC in years, other than whenever it's Fed decision. I throw it on for a minute or two just to hear. I can't even think of his name now, but he's one of those talking heads that's always on there when the Fed decision's imminent. David something. He's a CNBC contributor, not a not an anchor or anything like that. Has an English accent. Anyways, my point being is that these guys are paid. That's all there is to it. And I know a lot of people got all up in arms. Jim made some comment about whatever with, COVID and vaccines and whatever else. And the guy's shooting off the cuff of his sleeve. And did he really mean everything he said? I have no idea. I don't care, all clickbait and all that stuff like that. So, and look, there's people out there, I believe, think that, he's great and he's probably made some people money and they'll defend him to the death. Look, the same thing, Tim Sykes. All right. I've never in my life heard Tim Sykes talk or anything about him or whatsoever. I just know there are people out there that think he's the greatest thing. And I know there's people that think he's a complete scammer. So, the truth is always usually somewhere more towards the middle, could lean one side or the other. But anyways, I think, we get the point here with all that stuff like that. No, not David Faber. David Faber, no. He's an actual journalist. I can't think of his name. I think his name's David. Anyways, it doesn't matter. He's one of the only people I've heard talk on CNBC over the last probably 5 years. Like I said, I just throw it on because I still have Thinkorswim, and you get free access to CNBC with that with the Thinkorswim app. And I just throw it on for about 2 minutes going into the decision, 2 minutes after the decision, and then I throw it right back off again. I don't need that noise polluting my head. greatest thing I ever did was the greatest thing I ever did was get rid of cable television. That was the greatest thing I ever did for myself. So, wow, it's already 4:10. I regret it already. Yeah, that's exactly it. And it's funny, I never watched much Bloomberg, and by the time I started watching a little bit of it, I cut the cord anyways. So that was that. Maybe one day I'll be big and famous, and I'll have one of those $20,000 or $30,000 Bloomberg terminals for fun because I can. Perfect circle. I'd imagine that you are not the only one that has had that happen, unfortunately. Just a bummer. That's why hopefully, you're positioned well for the longer term and all those things like that. Speaking of Kathy Wood, what has happened the last several days here? Not so good. Not so good at all, as a matter of fact. Oh, poor Kathy. What are you gonna do? What's Uncle what's his name doing? Buffett doing? What's Uncle Warren doing? Even he ain't escaping the sell-off right now. Not that those two charts are anywhere near each other as far as what's going on, but all the same, very interesting. Thanks, Sam. Appreciate it. You have a great weekend too. Glad you popped in. So, stick to relative strength or wait out the storm. Relative strength right now it's all energy. What are you? Energy. Look at that. Energy, 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 energy. Interesting. Not energy. Shipping of energy. So I think we see a theme here. Yeah, I heard that that she bought and something else too. I don't know if it was. I don't remember what else she bought. She bought something other than Hood yesterday. So, look, her money, her fund, or well, other people's money that are entrusted into whatever. My point being, it's her fund. She can manage it, and people want to throw the money at it. Fine. For all we know, in 6 years, she'll be back on top of the world. Or in 6 years, she'll be bankrupt and selling used tissues on the corner like Lisa Simpson had to in that one Simpsons episode. So, I'll make no speculations about it. And it goes back to she might be the greatest person to have a salad with or a steak or whatever she eats. And she might be a total nut job. But what I do know is, look, she looked like a genius for a hot minute, and she doesn't anymore, and that's all there is to it. So they come and they go. I still remember the magazine cover of what's his name, the dude that just took a huge bath on Netflix, the Herbalife fight guy, Bill Ackman. Hell is coming, Bill Ackman, and the magazine cover, Baby Buffett or whatever it said, and I don't think he's any Baby Buffett currently. And not that he's not a billionaire and all that stuff like that. But I mean, look at this, shot out of a rocket like that. I mean, come on. And I'm sorry, but anybody that would participated in this to the upside, if you didn't take something out in this area and reposition, or you didn't feel something funny was going on when this happened and reposition, and you were in from whether it was here or here or here or here or there or there or there or there or there, wherever, and reposition and reassess, unless your outlook is 20 years or whatever, I'd have to question, what are you doing? I'd like to ask the question anyways. Yeah, I mean, she was, she was a beneficiary of a lot of stuff, a lot of stay-at-home play and new tech and all those things like that. I mean, at the end of the day, a Peloton is a stationary bike with an iPad attached to it. That's all there is to it. I don't get it. That's me though. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe in 5 years we'll all be riding Pelotons. We'll be generating our electricity through riding Pelotons. I don't know. I do, just a dabble in the shorting. IB is generally okay for shorting. If you're really looking to short, like you're really trying to get into the short game, I'd recommend checking out Centerpoint. That we had that deal that went through with them. You might want to check them out and see what they can offer you. Another one that I'm trying to foster deal between, but giving me a lot of runarounds. Cobra, a lot of they can locate shorts like nobody else. IB's decent for it. Thinkorswim is tough because you have to, they got a lot of rules in Thinkorswim about your account size and allowing shorts for hard to borrow stocks and things like that. So, if you've got a big account, Thinkorswim will get you shorts for sure. And I say big, you probably got to be like over 100K, 100K in the account. I mean, that's big to me anyways, though, a lot of people say 100K used to be a lot of money. It's still a lot of money to me. So for whatever that's worth. So Daniel, we have in our Market Explorer, we have, here's the Market Explorer table here. Not mine is set up on the strength alerts. We have bull and bear flag setups in there for daily. So if we right click, we go to server window. It's not customizable, but they're there. And then what I always share is this bull flag scanner on dailies that Andy made. And all Andy did here was use different range and position and range filters, and he created a bull flag scanner that way. And I'll go over the scanner real quick. This is one that I beyond beat this one to death, but this is a outside the box way of thinking to build scans that you're looking for patterns. So Andy looked at some charts and said, gee, how can I, get these kind of bull flag setups? And so, he added his own twist to it at the end, but he came in here into the configure of a top list, and he gave it some parameters. And he said, let's look for stocks in this price range. We got to be up from the previous day's close. Put this EPS filter in here to read out ETFs. He gave it a 5-day range in percent like this, okay, to kind of try to help find that flag. And then the position of the previous day's range to make sure we're up above the previous day's range to continue to make sure we're on that flag. We put the composite rating that him and Michael created in here, try to keep more quality names in there. And then the change in 10 days to try to continue to make that pull versus the flag. All right, so we're up over the last 10 days. And you put an average daily filter in here for volume as well. Try to weed out the noise of illiquid stocks. That was his choice on all those filter sets. But what I think anybody trying to do should focus on, what I think anybody trying to do something like this should focus on, is the idea of these range and position and range filters here. All right. And we have them in different time frames. Do we have everything you're going to look for? Maybe not. Do we have exactly what you're looking for? Maybe, but there's a bunch of different ones in there, and you can work some stuff out. And I would say, look at this theme of filters in here. All right. These ones here. And you could definitely get something going like that, whether you're looking daily or intraday and so on and so forth. So that's what, so the optimizer won't work on a top list. Now you could convert this to an alert window. You just have to find an alert that you want to couple with that. So, you could take that and you could use the collab feature and you could stick it into an alert window, and then you'd have to find, if we come to configure here and go to search, you'd have to find an alert that you want to couple with that, whether you want a new high or a new or standard deviation break, for example, or check mark up, or crossed above resistance, or so on and so forth. A whole bunch of different bullish, because you said bull flags, so I'm gonna lead you into the bull arena. 5-minute high, 15, 10, 15, 60, 30-minute high, so on and so forth. So you could couple it with any of those, and that's how you could try to do an optimization on that, and give it your time frame that you want to hold it for, and all those things like that. So that's a direction I'd send you like that. But that's my one big go-to, where I'm saying, I always push people think outside the box type of stuff. Well, you'd be optimizing the filters within that. You know what I mean? You can adjust the filters, because what we do in the optimization process here. So like if I run backtest, which is optimizing, and I run it on this, all right? So I need that event. So in this particular scan, I'm using the crossed above resistance. You can see that icon here, where topless will only have these icons here. And then the idea behind the optimization is you come in and you'll look at filters and how they affect the scan and how you might be able to improve upon the scan. So if we come into optimization here, you can look at, come to other filters, and you can look at how any one of these filters affects the scan, whether you're using it in the scan already or not, and then refine the filters of the scan from there. So for example, I'm using the position in days range, and let's say, whatever I'm using, if I tighten those filters, the minimum and maximum value, so they're closer together, it looks better. That would be me adjusting those filters and optimizing the scan based on that. And so that's how that would work essentially. Let me see, sir. A few things came in. I don't know if I actually saw all these before. So we talked about that. Then you asked about head and shoulders. We have head and shoulders. You go to the configuration of an alert window. It has to be an alert window. Here's what we have for head and shoulders. All right. And, it's using 15-minute candles on a look back, essentially, of hours to try to put that together. So that's that. Yeah, Bill. Yeah, that Bill Howe guy. He quite the story. I think I caught up on the questions. If I missed something, let me know. Sorry, I'm kind of jumping all around, and Steve is alone in support. And sorry, just reading through everything here. So, and for anybody that has not explored the Market Explorer, pardon my terrible pun, but please do. there's a lot of good stuff in here. It may not apply to you. Maybe none of it applies to you. You don't care about any of it. Maybe all of it does. But some interesting scans there, 3-line strikes, all these gap ups, Bollinger Band squeezes that Michael just put in there that I didn't even know were in there. Look at that. So we've now got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 27 scans in the Market Explorer. That's pretty cool stuff, to be honest. Good stuff, man. That Michael, he's a freaking wizard. Well, what do you mean, Zach? How the hell does anyone TI read daily charts when the February 2021 massive bubble has everything down? I mean, you read what's there, you read the tea leaves. I can bring up, stocks that, are nowhere near, taking a drubbing. Let's look at Hershey. That bubble in pop. Look at that's a beautiful chart right there. I mean, beautiful chart. Look at this. This symmetrical triangle forming right here. Great chart. IMO. Look at that chart. Beautiful. So there's plenty of stuff out there. You just gotta look. That's all. And the rest of it, don't buy stocks in a downtrend. I know, we discussed this earlier. It's human nature. You want to buy things on sale, but you don't buy stocks on sale unless you really believe in that company. That's, that's my 2 cents anyways. You got to really, really believe in it. If not, don't touch it. So I want to see time and sales. See if I can sneak an after hours order in on this thing. Nope. All right. No point. AREN. What did you do? Whoa. That was quite the move at the end of the day. So, all right, here we go. Talk about not necessarily a swing trade, but this is going to be on my radar. I'm going to throw a light on that. I might just day trade this on Monday for all I know. I mean, it's a massive move up, but something happened there. It's got my attention. That's for sure. I'm going to keep an eye on this going into Monday. Yeah, going to keep an eye on that going into Monday. That's for sure. Huge range, got one of those things you want to be careful of, obviously. Don't rush right in or anything like that. See if a setup can happen. That played a huge role in it, that whole GME thing and pandemic and stimulus checks and everybody's got to stay home and all those things like that. Got some thoughts and feelings on this whole thing. It is what it is. But I just feel bad for people that are all diamond hands and all that stuff like that. Like, take the money and walk away. Learn to become a trader, It's not impossible. Obviously, people do it, They get caught up in this whole thing and a lot of snakes, oil salesmen. Anyways, whatever. It is what it is. Fooling their money and all that good stuff like that. So that's that. So, all right, folks, we're at the bottom of the hour, and I think that'll do it for me here today. I do very much appreciate everybody popping in here. I hope all of you are utilizing our education page here, all this great stuff here, user's guide, getting started videos, webinars, all this stuff like that. Anybody that's, still trying to learn how to trade and all that, back to basics videos, all this stuff. There's so much good stuff on this here. All free. You don't even have to be a user. You don't even have to be a subscriber. All free stuff. So please, make sure, you're really studying, you're getting your money's worth. You're really trying to, really trying to educate yourself and learn. And, we're here. We're here to talk charts. We're here to talk markets. Obviously, we're more than here to talk scanning and all that. So I thank you all very, very kindly for popping in. As always, I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. Any questions over the weekend, you know, support at trade-ideas.com. Please get us there, and we'll do our best to, you know, like I said, everybody got an agenda. My agenda is get you all either staying subscribers or becoming subscribers. It only works if you make money. We don't succeed if you're losing money. That's how this all works. So thank you all again very, very much, and I will catch you on the flip side of the weekend. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.